yesterday. Quarterback Josh Allen, general manager Brandon Beane, and head coach Joe Brady all spoke with the media. In case you missed that, you can find it on demand at WGR550.com. Looking around the NFL, the Cowboys made Brandon Aubrey the highest paid kicker in the NFL with a 4-year, $28 million deal. And in baseball, the Blue Jays beat the Angels 5-2. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Game 2 tonight. Happy Tuesday, Jeremy and Joe. It's cold outside. Wear layers. It's cold, you know. That's how it works.
It'll get a little warmer as the day goes on. I mean, The sun's going to be out, right?
Yes.
I can see it coming up.
It's going to get up to 55.
Love it.
Neighborhood.
Love it.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Not bad at all. I watched a bunch of hockey last night. You know, the old...
Double overtime?
I did not stay up for double overtime.
That was probably a good call. When did you decide to bail?
Oh, I did. I saw that
go?
game was 2-2 and bailed.
Okay.
I knew, tonight could be us in double overtime, and I've got to bank the sleep hours rather than watch some other team in double overtime.
Yeah, I was thinking, okay, I'm at least cutting myself off. End of overtime against Carolina and Ottawa. I'm going to be done. Then, Carolina scored. Good. Going to wait a minute. Ottawa's hanging around. Something's happening here. They go to offside review.
Oh, great.
And then
you should have called to wake me up.
I thought about texting you.
Yeah. Hey, get up quick. Your favorite thing's happening.
Yeah. Then, of course, they allow a penalty shot to still take place, even though it happened after the offside that should have stopped everything cold. Whatever. When they didn't score there, I'm like, okay, this is going to take forever. This could be triple overtime. I'm done. So I bailed right there. Once Martinook didn't score on the penalty shot. And then he actually was the one who got the winner probably like an hour and a half later.
Yeah, he did.
Just a lot of hockey earlier in the day, too.
Just to go through what you said there, so if anybody was not awake to see it.
It was ridiculous.
There was an offside review. I'm upset about it.
Did you see how ticky-tack it was, too?
Yeah.
It was so fine.
But
like, we were talking 1 pixel, maybe, that puck was offside.
And just to be clear, the player that did not score on the breakaway.
After the offside.
Yeah. Had he scored, it would not have counted.
Right.
Because it was offside. Because he did not score, the penalty counted, and he got a penalty shot.
Right, yeah.
So you got the opportunity to score a goal that
wouldn't have counted.
That would have been taken off the board.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't have been taken off the board had he scored on the penalty shot.
No.
Although, that would have been funny, too. You get the penalty shot,
and then they challenge?
And then offside review, and then they go back. I don't know. It was all ridiculous. How the clock actually went back to when the offside took place. So, theoretically, nothing should have been allowed to happen after that.
Of course.
And that would be logical.
I'm glad we found out in a game that's not the Sabres that if you are hooked on a penalty, like on a breakaway, and it's offside, don't score.
Don't score.
Don't score. If you score, they won't count it. And if you do score, if you do score, they won't count it. If you don't score, you'll get a penalty shot.
Right.
This should shut the league down for 5 hours while they change the rule.
I mean, imagine losing a playoff game like that.
The league should cease operations, have an emergency meeting, and say, oh, yeah, by the way, that's pretty dumb that's the rule. Elliot Friedman last night tweeted out the lengthy explanation of the rule. And we all know when there's an offside challenge, everything that happens except the goal counts. You commit a penalty after a play's offside, like, tough, that's a penalty. You know, you flip it over the glass. If I gain the zone on you and I'm offside and you flip it out of play, tough, sorry. That's a penalty on you. If you get 10 shots on goal, all 10 saves count. Penalties count. Everything counts except a goal. It's the only thing that doesn't count. And here's the league with this, what should be, it's just going to go by the wayside because it's Carolina and Ottawa. And it didn't
decide the game. Well, it could
very well could have.
But
and the only American market in the entire country that will talk about this will be right here, us and maybe me. As the league should shut down to change this rule. The NFL would shut down over this rule. The NFL, if this happened in an NFL game, you get round the clock coverage of, oh my goodness, they left a loophole in a rule that they actually don't want. They're going to have to change this.
Right.
And the board of governors would get together and they would change it by 6:52 this morning. And the NHL, they'll say like, oh yeah, of course, that's how it's supposed to work.
Right.
A penalty shot on a play that was offside. I guess I got nothing else to say.
What happens in soccer if there's an offside on a play that gets reviewed
and there
was like a red card after?
It comes off. They'll pick it up.
That's how it should be.
They'll pick up cards. They'll pick up yellow cards. They'll pick up red cards. Yeah. It's like, sorry, it's not a foul anymore.
Right, because it didn't actually happen.
Right.
Which is the logic, right?
Of course, how it should happen.
Yeah.
That might be different, like if you headbutt a guy, if it's an uncommon act. I don't know.
Unnecessary, like away from the play.
Sure.
Like a foul that's not involved. Right, yeah.
Right, but if it's offside and you commit a foul in the box, no, right, that did not happen.
If Brady Tkachuk had dropped his glove and sucker punched a guy in the face after the offside, that's different than a hooking on it should be different than a hooking on a breakaway.
Right. And that's part of the explanation for why this rule exists. I was reading a little bit in my rage at 3 a.m. about this game that I don't care about ultimately, was it's for player safety. You want to make sure players don't take liberties on a play that they think is offside.
Because they think they're going to get the message mid-play that it's offside, and suddenly they're going to start swinging sticks at guys.
Guys, it's free. You can two-hand somebody in the back.
It just becomes
it's offside.
Game of Thrones battle like in the middle of the no.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
This is a serious professional sports league that has that as the feature, the rules. Anyway.
Well, luckily, Allmark prevented that from being what ended the game last night.
Well, Ottawa is down 2-0 to Carolina. They were decent last night.
They are getting goaltending, too.
Yep.
Like, Allmark made a save right at the end of regulation.
Was that the one with his shoulder / I thought he made a save with his head.
No, he was on his knees, and he almost like Superman dove to get into the air and like roll his I don't know what he did. He made the save with his shoulder somehow. And he's been great, but they're down 2-0. I would not have thought that would be the case, but they're playing Carolina, who's great. Like if they had this series so far against Buffalo or against somebody else, Montreal, then they could be doing really well because they have the puck, but they're just playing another team that likes to do the same stuff they do, and they even with good goaltending, they're going to have a tough time. That's a good series. It's a competitive series. It's kind of boring still.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of chances. Everything's really hard in that series.
Flyers are up 2-0. Hurricanes 2-0.
That's wild.
Dallas 1-1. Edmonton takes a 1-0 lead last night. And off we go to tonight's games. Montreal, Tampa, Boston, Buffalo, Utah, Vegas, LA, Colorado. So 4 games on the slate tonight. We'll be back at KeyBank Center. 803-0550 if you want to join us. Here's the schedule for today. We'll talk with Sal at 7 because the Bills brass spoke yesterday. And we'll talk with Lindy Ruff at 8 for his normal Tuesday spot. This time it's game day ahead of game 2 in the playoffs. So Lindy Ruff at 8. And then Joe Haggerty, who covers the Bruins, at 9 o'clock to talk about the matchup and how the Bruins might be feeling about the game, how the Bruins might be feeling about the series after what happened in game 1. One last, probably not last conversation about game 1, but you got a minute for me to push back on a narrative that Boston is trying to sell?
Okay.
Did they play a perfect game for 50 minutes? Why does anybody think they played a perfect game for 50 minutes?
No.
I keep hearing that. We played perfect for 50 minutes.
You're hearing that?
Yes. Marco
Interesting.
Sturm said it. Boston media is saying it. We just played a perfect game and then collapsed.
Well,
there's definitely some collapse in there. But you tell me tonight, line it up. You want to get outshot 36-18 through 50 minutes? You want that? Like, I'll sign up for that. Perfect. That's your perfect game, is to get ragdolled, to get out-hit, out-chanced, out-skated, outshot, but be winning 2-0 because of, like, a couple bounces? That's perfect?
Well,
okay.
I think that is right now, Boston Bruins hockey, perfect Boston Bruins hockey.
Is happening.
Looks like the first 50 minutes of that game.
You happen to have the lead?
Right. Like, because they're not very good. And they are going to grit their way and goaltend their way to we have the lead. And that's, to me, their season. That's a reason they're 28th in the league in expected goals for share. Like,
yeah,
they are used to being controlled in a way that they were in the first 50 minutes of that game, but working their way to the 2-0 lead.
There is something in their numbers about that, like their PDO, their puck luck, they're very high. The Sabres are high too, but Boston is also very high.
Yeah.
Like, they don't necessarily need the puck to score a lot, but okay, then it's their version of perfect. Because,
right, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Because they're accustomed to that this year. I think it's the mark of a team that's not very good, but you look at, like, they've been outshot by 100 on the season, and shot attempts, they've been outshot by 200 on the year. Like, just, they are used to the team being the team that doesn't have the puck as often.
Yeah.
So for them, that's not really new. The Sabres had the puck for 50 minutes, and they were cycling around, and, like, I think that is what the Bruins are used to because they're not that talented.
Well, then I might want to hear...
I think the idea that they're selling that's a perfect game in general is nuts.
I might want to hear them and the Boston media then sell that instead of perfect as...
Just in general, perfect.
Just instead sell it as, like, we were happy with how we were playing, as opposed to perfect.
Yeah, right.
Perfect is pretty strong.
Those are two very different things.
I feel like perfect, you might be up 3-0, 5-0, 8-0. Perfect? Anyway.
Yeah, perfect is a
they did not
long sell.
They did not play a perfect 50 minutes, but they did have the lead, 2-0, through 42 minutes or whatever it is.
What did they really do in the 50 minutes? Well, like, what were they doing?
What they were doing was
really...
They were effective in keeping the Sabres' shots to the outside. They were effective in keeping Swayman's... Again, that's the other thing I heard.
The idea that is the thing you did best, being perfect. Would you do? I kept them to the outside.
Yeah, that's kind of what they have to do.
Did you do anything yourself? Like, did you create a lot? Did you physically, like, what else? Like, there wasn't a long list of things I felt like the Bruins did that well.
No, they got Pasternak behind the defense a couple times. Lukin had to make a couple saves. I watched a good chunk of the game over again in a replay and saw, a couple shots both sides that looked a little more dangerous than they ultimately were. But, yeah, they kept the Sabres to the outside. I also, again, like, Swayman was good. I don't think Swayman was, there's another phrase I heard, playing out of his mind to keep that game at 2-0. Like, the numbers were big, but, from an expected goals standpoint, the Sabres end up with a pretty high number because they got it in the last 10 minutes. But I don't even know what was halfway through the period. I guess I could look that up. The expected goals the Sabres would have had through the first two periods was not some crazy number where he's keeping this big crooked score off the board. So, I don't know. I'm over here happy, Cloud9, thinking, I don't want you to try and take it away from the Sabres acting like you played a perfect game, because I just don't buy it.
No, I don't think that at all. What was the expected goals in the first two periods? It wasn't much. It was 1.3 for the Sabres and 1.1 for the Bruins.
For the game, I guess I should do all situations, not even strength.
Okay, because I said even strength, yeah.
Yeah.
They were 0.9 in the third period, the Sabres were, which was higher than their first two periods.
Right, the Bruins' expected goals for the whole game was 2.6. And they got 3. Like
2.6 overall. Yeah, and the
2.6.
Sabres in the third period alone was 2.1.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So they were able to do that in the third period. I don't know. I think if that's their idea of perfect, they're going to lose this series. Like that's why you wanted to play them, I think.
Well, they're calling it a must-win in Boston. I've seen a lot of that today, too.
A must-win.
Calling it a must-win, which I got to ask you about the rules of...
Must-win. What happens if they don't? You win your 2 games at home, and it's even.
They don't think they have any chance if they go down 2-0. They think they have a chance, you got to win this one. Which, I mean, how many people would disagree with that around here? Are the Bruins about to get...
When you're the underdog, I guess you could get there.
If they don't win tonight, they have to win 4 out of 5 against the Sabres team.
When you put it that way.
That's right. That's to me always the way to make a 2-game lead sound the strongest. You have to lose 4 out of 5 from here.
Right. Regardless of where it is.
Yep.
Who cares?
Yep.
Yeah, 4 out of 5 is, especially when you are not the better team.
Right.
And I think everybody should be treating the rest of the series that way. You don't have to win the game. You don't have to win the series because you're the better team. There are lots of series that don't go to the better team. But I just can't. Yeah, I would agree with that. 4 out of 5 when you're the underdog seems very hard to believe.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550.
That'd be different to me than like Pittsburgh, Philly right now. Like Boston being down 0-2 to Buffalo is different than Pittsburgh being down 2-0 to Philly. Like I know that hasn't looked good for them, and they're going on the road.
Pittsburgh has looked dead.
I know, but I still would believe that team would have a way better chance than like a Bruins would.
We'll get some calls in here, 803-0550. We've got some fun for you on the way today, some stats. Poor Joe Cali. Joe, do you have a notification when I send you some sound? Like, I send a lot of stuff to Joe's the DM on Twitter, like, hey, we're going to need this for the show.
Yes.
You have a notification sound?
I do, because I
Okay.
never want to miss it. Yeah, yeah.
I must have pinged that thing 100 times yesterday.
Oh, yeah, we were
because
moving.
Everybody's talking about the Sabres, from PTI to
Every hockey podcast.
every hockey podcast. Watching Matthew Tkachuk just
Matthew Tkachuk was talking about it.
get giddy over the Buffalo-Boston series and how cool it is for Buffalo and like that town, that team. Like, we are.
Plus, you had Josh talking yesterday.
Josh
Allen
talking about
the
it.
Sabres.
We are feeling like the belles of the ball right now, darlings of the league, as a fan base, as a franchise. Like, everybody thinks it's cool. I saw Katie Nolan, Boston fan, said basically like, hey, you know what? If we lost, I might root for the Sabres. Like, it's a good story.
I don't know. I'd like to hear Owen on this because Owen, you were at one point during the year when the whole wasn't it who was it? Down Goes Brown. Who had the article about bandwagoning and whether the Sabres fans should allow them on or whatever. And the people that dunk on the Sabres a lot, which I've always treated as like, well, they've been we have too because they've been a joke.
Yep.
But that are now like, oh, this is cool. I want in. Imagine, because I didn't hear Katie Nolan. I heard multiple Boston people being like, yeah, like that mentality. Like, if they lost this series, like, that looks cool. Like, I could root for them. And I think I want to tell those people to shove it.
Okay, before you say that, I want to say, again, we're one game into one series, but whatever. I do want to say that
the fact that they're already talking about that as a concept should tell you what they think of their team.
That's right. But instead of treating that as like, shove it, we don't need you, that's like, and I'm going to use a phrase here, they don't have a ring, but that's kiss the ring. That is, they've fallen into servitude. That's what, if you think about it that way, instead of their pity likes,
right,
you have commanded it, and they have no choice. Like, you have accepted your fate. It's in the Game of Thrones universe, it's bend the knee. Oh, yes, of course. I support you and your rise to the throne. I'd like you to. I bend the knee to you.
Yeah, I don't know how I would ever get to a place where I'm rooting for the team that's beating me in the playoffs.
That I would agree with.
I mean, what? Are we serious? Is that where you get to after you win however many championships in Boston? Wow, that seems stunning to me. But yeah, if a bunch of Boston people that were like, "Oh yeah, Boston in 5," want to tell you after game 1 that they're going to root for Buffalo when they eventually beat them, then yeah, I'm cool telling those people to take a hike. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
I'm generally pretty accepting to anybody that wants to be on the bandwagon. Go ahead. This might be my line in the sand.
No Bruins fans.
There's got to be a line in the sand, and I think this might be it.
Yeah, I think our lines are just in different places.
What if
if they played you like Boston,
I got a great game.
Tampa, like they're no, stay over there.
We're doing this
because I want to have rivalries here too, and you can't have a rivalry if they're like good for you.
Right. What's going to happen if they meet again next year and you just had rooted for them to go all the way to the final? Are you going to be like, oh, well, this is my other team now? So,
listen,
what?
I don't like it. I like that the Sabres are likable in this way.
I hope you're ready for the game we're going to play later called Pick 'em Up or Leave 'em There, which is the wagon rolls by and someone wants to get on, and we decide if that person's allowed on the wagon.
This is a good game.
Yeah? Ready? First name, Patrick Mahomes says, let's go Sabres. What
Absolutely
do you do?
not.
Oh,
All right. Pick 'em up, leave 'em there.
leave him in the rain.
Leave 'em there.
Leave them there. Right. Yeah, it's raining.
They don't even have a hockey team. Why can't he root for the Sabres?
Because he's got 9 teams closer.
He's friends with Josh, and he's like, yeah, you know what? I think it's a pretty good scene. I'd like to.
No.
Imagine he shows up tonight. He's banging the drum.
Here, you know what your real test should be? If he bangs the drum, does he get booed? Because if that's a yes, then you can't be on.
Jason Kelce.
Oh,
No, he's on everything.
He's trying to be Bills Mafia.
I think his portfolio is
He's
full.
inviting people to Bills games.
I think his portfolio is
Jason
full.
Kelce's not allowed? Okay.
I think the word trying in there tells you everything.
I'm putting together the full list. We're gonna play pick 'em up.
You started two guys with Chiefs connections at the beginning.
I want to make sure that you know the game is not messing around.
I could see that now.
It's a serious operation.
Did you see Lucic pick the Sabres to win the series?
I did see that.
Well, that's different to me than rooting
Sure,
for
I
him.
know. But before game one, here's Lucic saying a bunch of nice things about the Sabres.
Well, I mean, that's a guy that's trying not to be a homer and objectively picking who the better team is. But he's not allowed on the bandwagon.
Woody is up first. Woody, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. It's still another beautiful day in Buffalo. Hey, I wanted to talk about what you guys started the show talking about, and it was the offside call that led to the callback, the goal disallowed.
Yep.
But still a penalty. So I remember this a while, not a while back, but a few years back in the playoffs, and it was a similar situation, but it wasn't an egregious penalty. It was just a normal tripping or something. And the explanation they gave was that if it's a offside, and they got to allow everything, because if there is something egregious like a high stick that breaks someone's jaw or something like that, they have to be able to call it. And there's no way to really to decide, this is the level that we're going to allow.
There definitely is a way, though. And the way to do it is similar to how the NFL will waive off pass interference if a ball got tipped at the line. That doesn't mean that you still call penalties, but this one penalty, the pass was tipped. It can't be pass interference if the pass was tipped. So the easy solution, I think, here is you cannot be awarded a penalty shot on a play that's offside.
That does seem a little outrageous, but and I can tell you, if it's okay, I tell you a funny story about, I was working last night, so I was dialed in on playoff hockey. So I was so pissed when they scored that, I just turned the game off. So I went to the other game, and they go, oh, welcome, people that are watching that, but they called the goal off, and they're playing again. And I'm like, what? And I'm fumbling to get back to the station, to watch the game again. So I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, thanks, Woody. Yeah, I do understand the idea that, you want to make sure that penalties are penalties. How do you differentiate? You just don't allow no penalty shots. I think it'd be shady if you awarded an actual power play, but that is something that would be, to me, palatable. Sure, it's still a hook. You're not going to get a penalty shot, though. The player that passed it to you was offside. In what world do you get a penalty shot for that?
Right.
That's similar to, what would the NFL do? A quarterback is past the line of scrimmage and throws the ball down the field, and there's a flag on the play for pass interference. They review it. It's an illegal throw. It's not still pass interference and 1st and 10 at the first and goal at the 1.
Right.
They would say, no, that you don't get that anymore.
Correct.
It would be offsetting penalties. Right? They wouldn't pick up the pass interference flag. It'd be offsetting, and they replay the down, probably.
Yes.
Maybe not. Maybe they call holding. Maybe that's how they'd figure out how to do it.
No, I think maybe it would just be the original penalty.
But the point is they certainly would not give you the ball in the end zone if the quarterback went over the line to throw it.
No, definitely not.
Maybe the upcoming replacement refs will. 2 days till the draft, 803-0550.
Hey, let's just hope none of this happens in this series.
Yeah.
And specifically overtime, because that happened in overtime last night.
Yes, it did. Who's ready for overtime tonight?
I'm ready for a 5-0 win.
That would be nice.
That's what I'm ready for.
That'd be a nice party. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550, our phone number. You can join us. Jeremy and Joe, get your calls in here. Rolling through a lot of stuff today. I got to try and reapply the river hockey flag. I tried to make some
better tape.
I tried to make some decoration adjustments in here, and already we're a little behind. So I'll get back to work on that. Jeremy and Joe, your phone calls, and Sal at 7 to recap Brandon Beane, Joe Brady, and Josh Allen. Lindy Ruff at 8. Joe Haggerty on the Bruins at 9 here on WGR.
Oh, Carolina scored. Good. Going to wait a minute. Ottawa's hanging around. Something's happening here. They go to offside review.
Oh, great.
And then
you should have called to wake me up.
I thought about texting you.
Yeah. Hey, get up quick. Your favorite thing's happening.
Yeah. Then, of course, they allow a penalty shot to still take place, even though it happened after the offside that should have stopped everything cold. Whatever. When they didn't score there, I'm like, okay, this is going to take forever. This could be triple overtime. I'm done. So I bailed right there. Once Martinook didn't score on the penalty shot. And then he actually was the one who got the winner probably like an hour and a half later.
Yeah, he did.
But a lot of hockey earlier in the day, too.
Just to go through what you said there, so if anybody was not awake to see it.
It was ridiculous.
There was an offside review. I'm upset about it.
Did you see how ticky-tack it was, too?
Yeah.
It was so fine.
But
like, we were talking 1 pixel, maybe, that puck was offside.
And just to be clear, the player that did not score on the breakaway.
After the offside.
Yeah. Had he scored, it would not have counted.
Right.
Because it was offside. Because he did not score, the penalty counted, and he got a penalty shot.
Right, yeah.
So you got the opportunity to score a goal that
wouldn't have counted.
That would have been taken off the board.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't have been taken off the board had he scored on the penalty shot.
No.
Although, that would have been funny, too. You get the penalty shot,
and then they challenge?
And then offside review, and then they go back. I don't know. It was all ridiculous. How the clock actually went back to when the offside took place. So, theoretically, nothing should have been allowed to happen after that.
Of course.
And that would be logical.
I'm glad we found out in a game that's not the Sabres that if you are hooked on a penalty, like on a breakaway, and it's offside, don't score.
Don't score.
Don't score. If you score, they won't count it. And if you do score, if you do score, they won't count it. If you don't score, you'll get a penalty shot.
Right.
This should shut the league down for 5 hours while they change the rule.
I mean, imagine losing a playoff game like that.
The league should cease operations, have an emergency meeting, and say, oh, yeah, by the way, that's pretty dumb that's the rule. You got a minute for me to push back on a narrative that Boston is trying to sell?
Okay.
Did they play a perfect game for 50 minutes? Why does anybody think they played a perfect game for 50 minutes?
No.
I keep hearing that. We played perfect for 50 minutes.
You're hearing that?
Yes. Marco Sturm said it. Boston media is saying it. We just played a perfect game and then collapsed.
Well,
there's definitely some collapse in there. But you tell me tonight, line it up. You want to get outshot 36-18 through 50 minutes? You want that? Like, I'll sign up for that. Perfect? That's your perfect game, is to get ragdolled, to get out-hit, out-chanced, out-skated, outshot, but be winning 2-0 because of, like, a couple bounces? That's perfect? Okay.
Well,
okay.
I think that is right now, Boston Bruins hockey, perfect Boston Bruins hockey
is happening.
Looks like the first 50 minutes of that game.
You happen to have the lead?
Right. Like, because they're not very good. And they are going to grit their way and goaltend their way to we have the lead. And that's, to me, their season. That's a reason they're 28th in the league in expected goals for share. Like, they are used to being controlled in a way that they were in the first 50 minutes of that game, but working their way to the 2-0 lead.
There is something in their numbers about that, like their PDO, their puck luck. They're very high. The Sabres are high, too, but Boston is also very high.
Yeah.
Like, they don't necessarily need the puck to score a lot, but okay, then it's their version of perfect.
That's what I mean. Because they're accustomed to that this year. I think it's the mark of a team that's not very good, but you look at, like, they've been outshot by 100 on the season, and shot attempts, they've been outshot by 200 on the year. Like, just they are used to the team being the team that doesn't have the puck as often.
Yeah.
So for them, that's not really new. The Sabres had the puck for 50 minutes, and they were cycling around, and like I think that is what the Bruins are used to because they're not that talented.
Well, then I might want to hear.
I think the idea that they're selling that's a perfect game in general is nuts.
I might want to hear them and the Boston media then sell that instead of perfect as
Just in general.
Ready to run it back? Game 2 tonight. Sabres host the Bruins at 7:30 from KeyBank Center before heading out for Game 3 on Thursday. With Game 3 live on WGR at 7 p.m. this Thursday, Round 1 of the 2026 NFL Draft can be heard live on News Radio 930 WBEN. Hear every pick beginning at 7 p.m., hosted by WGR's Nate Geary, Zach Jones, and Derek Kramer. Some results from the NHL playoffs last night. Edmonton beat Anaheim 4-3 in Game 1 of their series. The Flyers beat the Penguins 2-0. Carolina beat Ottawa 3-2 in double overtime, and Dallas beat Minnesota 4-2. The Bills, they began their voluntary veteran minicamp yesterday. Quarterback Josh Allen, general manager Brandon Beane, and head coach Joe Brady all spoke with the media. In case you missed that, you can find it on demand at WGR550.com. Looking around the NFL, the Cowboys made Brandon Aubrey the highest-paid kicker in the NFL with a 4-year, $28 million deal. Seahawks general manager John Schneider said the team will be looking to move back in this year's draft. And 49ers general manager John Lynch said the team has discussed a possible Brandon Ayuk trade with other teams. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports free agent wide receiver Odell Beckham Jr. worked out for the Giants yesterday, and Puka Nacua was present for the first day of Rams' offseason program. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they beat the Angels 5-2. Your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Marco Sturm, press conference before the series started. And he decided to say, and I don't think he maybe meant it or didn't.
I think he was too fired up.
I don't think
Rookie coach, he was fired
up. I believe, and I'm kind of paraphrasing. He said, "We're bigger, we're stronger, and we're more physical." And right away, I said, that's a bulletin board material right there. That is like, I don't know, like the Buffalo, they're like 44-4 in the last 48 games, it seems like. They can't lose. Yes, they're run and gun, but I don't know if you want to be just mentioning that we're bigger, stronger, and more physical than them. And what happened? The Buffalo Sabres threw 53 hits in the hockey game. The most hits the Sabres have had since 2010. And I will say, they kind of ran him out of the building, particularly in the third period.
Ryan Whitney of the Spit and Chicklets podcast. Sabres getting lots of love around the hockey world, around the sports world, getting mentioned just about everywhere.
I saw he said he was invited by the team for Game 5.
Because he's not a Bruins fan.
No, he is not. He's
an Edmonton fan.
Yeah, he said, I saw a clip yesterday that he said the Sabres invited him to come to Game 3 as a representative for the Sabres.
Yeah.
In Boston.
And he thought, no.
He's like, I don't have the courage to do that. So they're like, you can go to Game 5 also. So he might be at Game 5. I'm not sure. I would say what was the name of the game again?
Pick him up or leave him there.
Those guys pick him up. They're borderline. Maybe everyone split him up. He's fine. I think Whitney's fine.
We're going to figure out high-profile figures, whether they are allowed on the wagon or we're going to leave them there. 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. All right. Tonight, Game 2, reset, 24-hour rule, to use something from the Bills.
What are we doing with 7:30 again?
Yeah.
7:30 on a Tuesday?
Yeah, Thursday's game is 7. This one's 7:30.
Good. Right. 7 couldn't have worked today. I mean, there's no game before it, right?
No.
Unless are they doing the staggered starts thing because is there another game at 7 tonight? Yeah, okay, there is. Montreal and Tampa. So maybe that's why they're doing it?
Yep.
Which, from a league perspective, I understand that.
7, 7:30, 9:30, and 10 are your start times.
All right.
Get more calls in 803-0550 to join us and 1-888-550-2550. Ian is up next. Ian, good morning.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to talk about Tage and how he is doing all of the things that maybe I didn't think he could do. Like, I feel like I need an apology form for Tage Thompson because I was so worried that he was just going to ghost us in the playoffs because it's a different game. He's the best player on our team offensively, so he's going to get the target on his back. But he put the team on his back and was able to score 2 goals. And I freaked out in my living room with my family, and we were watching the game. And then yesterday, my sister was like, we have to go to the game. We have to go. So we made a questionable financial decision, and we're going to be in the building tonight to see what Tage can do for this city.
Nice.
So,
How questionable?
it was sub 400.
Okay.
All right.
Well, now you really want them to win, right? I mean, it's one thing to
I know.
You pay the ticket price and you get that game won. You're like, oh, worth every second of it. But if you ever see Howard, don't bring up the fact that he bought tickets from me to Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals against Carolina, where they got shut out 4-0. He didn't let me forget that for he still hasn't.
No, he mentioned it recently.
Yeah, right. Last 2 times ago, he was in here.
Yeah.
I remember when I bought tickets to Game 4. I didn't
As if what, you needed to convince him that far into the playoffs that they were worth buying a ticket?
I know, right? I didn't upsell them or anything. I charged them face value, whatever they were, and they got shut out 4-0, and it's tough. So yeah. Hey, Joe and I are going tonight, so Ian, we're with you. After watching that one against Boston in the first game, it's kind of like the Tampa game over again. The first Tampa game was this legendary night, and then the second one, it did live up to it. They won again.
Yeah. Really
Really intense game to go to get a stamp on the division again. So we'll see what tonight delivers. It would be great if it mirrored the 05-06 start to the playoffs and they just won 8-2.
Maybe that's why I mentioned I'm ready for 5-0 in the first segment. Maybe because that was my first taste of playoffs, which was Game 1 was double overtime, close game, exciting right to the end, and then Game 2 was just, we are better than you. We showed we were better than you in Game 1, but we're just getting our feet wet and let's get in here and okay, we want to play a close game. But I mean, they probably outshot Philadelphia in Game 1, 60-30? I don't have to look in 06. And then Game 2, it's let's prove that we are better than you. And it was what was it? Was it 5-0 in the first period?
They had 2 hat tricks, Pominville and Dumont, and they scored a ton of power play goals.
Right. Pominville had a goal streaking down the side.
That's
in the
game.
First.
That's the tell Lindy to bleep off from Ken Hitchcock.
Yes.
Game 2.
Yeah.
Because he said the more they kept acting like idiots, the more we kept wanting to score.
Yep.
And Ken Hitchcock was made aware of that, and he said, tell Lindy to bleep off.
Right.
I was in the press box for that game, and I was
nuts.
in the room when Hitchcock did that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
In the media room?
Yeah.
Doing post-game stuff?
I was just there, in as a member of the media, yeah.
Okay.
Game 1, I was out of town. Game 2, I got back in town, all right, let's see these play out. They won 8-2.
Yeah, what did they do acting like it? I mean, I remember Robert Esch at center ice going after anybody he could get near.
Yeah, and RJ's famous line, and Robert Esch has lost it.
Yeah, he'd given up 5 goals already, and he lost his mind. How do you not pull a goalie after you see that, by the way? He's already given up 4 or 5 goals in the first. He's clearly gone psycho. He's in the middle of center. How was he at center, by the way? There must have been a delayed penalty or something. And he's just losing it. I don't think Swayman will do that tonight, but, maybe.
The Sabres scored 3 power play goals that day. 2 in the first period.
Well, there were a lot of penalties called back then.
Yes, there were. You know how many penalties were called in that game? 1, 2, 3,
a dozen, at least.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14,
More.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 23 penalties were called. 3 of those were misconducts. So,
okay, but 20 other ones.
18 minor penalties were called in that game.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a little different than how they're playing it these days.
We'll see how they call the game tonight. I mean, if you breathe on someone, is it 2 minutes for breathing like it was in the first game?
Yeah.
Sean in Niagara Falls. Hey, Sean.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
Love the show. I hope tonight we can just get out front, get the first goal or the first couple, just with the, now the game 1's out of the way and the nerves and everything. I know there's still going to be amped up, obviously, but just that we get on top of them first and show it to them.
It would be, it'd be better experience, I think, than the start of last game, and the nervousness would go down a bit. I do wonder, there was anxiety in coming back in that game, in game one, but the anxiety of a playoff game when you're sitting on a lead is totally different, and we only got like a minute of that, 2 minutes of that in the third period the other night. So we'll see. I mean, I don't know what the Bruins, again, like, I don't want to act like they're the worst team in the league. I just don't really think they're that threatening. So when you're up against them, I still feel like the Sabres could do pretty well to not let them, buzz around and get their chances, and you're diving in front of shots. Like, you have to do some of that. But I don't know. Are we taking them too lightly? It was the team I think you wanted to play. The numbers are bad. The roster doesn't look impressive. In game one, you had the puck the whole game. I kind of can't see the Bruins controlling a game. If they play 7, I'm sure 1 will look like that.
I bet you get a better Bruins team tonight. I bet you get a little better Bruins team in the first couple periods, whatever, early on at least. And
because they're the more desperate team.
They're going to be very desperate, and that doesn't mean the Sabres can also be better. Like scoring first. Good teams, when they score first, they win games all the time. Like the Sabres record when they score first, the Bruins record when they score first. Like you're a playoff team, when you score first, your record's going to be good. And the Sabres has been very good all year. Mm-hmm. It would definitely be less stressful for them to have the lead for some of that time. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Ken Hitchcock. Pick him up or leave him there. He's on the wagon. Why not?
Leave him there.
Why? What are we mad at?
Dallas.
The Stars, yeah, sure.
Yeah, not because of Philly. I mean, the Sabres
Dallas
pummeled them in that series. Dallas. Dallas would be the...
Mike Madonna wants on the bandwagon. Brett Hull says,
"No,
I'm rooting for Buffalo."
If you're on the 99 Stars, I think you need to sit this one out.
You can't have Daryl Sador rooting for the Sabres?
No.
Was he on the team? I think he probably was.
No, you're on the Stars. You're not in. There are a few teams I think throughout history where just you're on that team and you can't be on this bandwagon. I think that's probably got to be one of them. They lifted the cup on your ice after a goal that shouldn't have counted. Stay away.
Ed Belfour says he wants the Sabres to win. You said
no. No. Was Joe Nieuwendyk on that team? Like, no.
Joe Nieuwendyk went to Cornell. Come on, what if he's like, you know what?
Cornell. I mean, Cornell's not, what? Is that Western New York?
It's Central.
It's not quite Western New York. Is it even Central? Where's Cornell in relation to the state? That's Ithaca, isn't it?
Yeah. That's Central New York.
No. I'm still a no.
No, geez, you guys are harsh. Harsh on the bandwagon.
If you grew up a Sabres fan, that is the one. That'll be the one. I need a picture.
That's not a bandwagon.
A young Joe Nieuwendyk.
That's not a band. Oh, so Ovechkin. So Ovechkin can.
Ovechkin in.
He's
Fine.
got a picture in the Mogilny.
Ovechkin can do whatever he wants. If he wants to be in the bandwagon, he's allowed.
803-0550, our phone number. We'll recap Sal coming up. Sal will recap with us, I should say. Joe Brady, Brandon Beane, Josh Allen. Josh Allen will be at the game tonight. He says he's planning on it. And I think a lot of people are expecting Mr. Joe Cali to score in our Drum Bangers Fantasy League.
Well, he'll be there.
He's going to be banging.
He should probably. I mean, Dawkins tweeted about being there tonight, too.
He did, but
I'm worried about a Dawkins hand on the mallet with Allen.
What do we get? Like a Dawkins, like a wrestling. He roars in and he steals it away at the last second, and then he bangs the drum.
While we're on that, Dawkins is a free agent, and I do have a waiver claim to make. I have an open spot on my roster.
He's a free agent in our drum draft here, just if no one's confused by that, right? He's not an actual free agent.
Everybody knows. This is like the second biggest story in town is this Drum Bangers Fantasy League.
Yeah. Which you are now ahead because of
1-0
insider trading.
Sorry for doing some research. Sorry.
The research came before the concept was introduced.
What can I say? 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Stat of the day on the draft coming up in a moment here on WGR. You got a minute for me to push back on a narrative that Boston is trying to sell?
Okay.
Did they play a perfect game for 50 minutes? Why does anybody think they played a perfect game for 50 minutes?
No.
I keep hearing that. We played perfect for 50 minutes.
You're hearing that?
Yes. Marco Sturm said it. Boston media is saying it. We just played a perfect game and then collapsed.
Well,
there's definitely some collapse in there. But you tell me for tonight, line it up. You want to get outshot 36-18 through 50 minutes? You want that? Like, I'll sign up for that. Perfect? That's your perfect game, is to get ragdolled, to get out-hit, out-chanced, out-skated, outshot, but be winning 2-0 because of, like, a couple bounces? That's perfect?
Well,
okay.
I think that is right now, Boston Bruins hockey, perfect Boston Bruins hockey
is happening.
Looks like the first 50 minutes of that game.
You happen to have the lead?
Right. Like, because they're not very good. And they are going to grit their way and goaltend their way to we have the lead. And that's, to me, their season. That's a reason they're 28th in the league in expected goals for share. Like,
yeah,
they are used to being controlled in a way that they were in the first 50 minutes of that game, but working their way to the 2-0 lead.
There is something in their numbers about that, like their PDO, their puck luck. They're very high. The Sabres are high too, but Boston is also very high.
Yeah.
Like, they don't necessarily need the puck to score a lot, but okay, then it's their version of perfect. Because,
right, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Because they're accustomed to that this year. I think it's the mark of a team that's not very good, but you look at, like, they've been outshot by 100 on the season, and shot attempts, they've been outshot by 200 on the year. Like, just they are used to the team being the team that doesn't have the puck as often.
Yeah.
So for them, that's not really new. The Sabres had the puck for 50 minutes, and they were cycling around, and like, I think that is what the Bruins are used to because they're not that talented.
Well, then I might want to hear.
I think the idea that they're selling that's a perfect game in general is nuts.
I might want to hear them and the Boston media then sell that instead of perfect as
just in general perfect.
Just instead sell it as, like, we were happy with how we were playing, as opposed to perfect.
Yeah, right.
Perfect is pretty strong.
Those are two very different things.
I feel like perfect, you might be up 3-0, 5-0, 8-0. Perfect?
Portions of WGR programming are brought to you by the American Lung Association's Fight for Air Climb on May 9th at Salem Field. 500 steps, 1 mission, 0 excuses. The Fight for Air Climb Buffalo at Salem Field steps off on May 9th. Be the athlete your fitness tracker wants you to be. Register at climbbuffalo.org. That's climbbuffalo.org.
All right, stat of the day. It's a draft stat. It is not that Jimmy Garoppolo has made the
Rams quarterback Jimmy Garoppolo?
Yes. Where he ranks in all-time money made in his career.
Oh, it's high.
He's mulling retirement. He's made $156 million, Jimmy Garoppolo has. Anyway,
yeah,
that's not the stat of the day. It's actually about Jeremiah Love. You and I went over this the other day. We didn't get it on the air yet. So there's growing chatter that the Cardinals might take Jeremiah Love 3rd overall, which would, of course, be a colossal whiff. Like, what a mistake. What a terrible idea to draft a running back 3rd overall. Now, maybe you're someone that doesn't quite subscribe to positional value, but Pat Thorman laid this out, and I think it's a good illustration of just how bad of an idea Jeremiah Love is at the 3rd pick. If Jeremiah Love were drafted 3rd overall, he would get $50 million on his first contract, and that's all guaranteed. $50 million guaranteed as the 3rd overall pick. No running back contract in NFL history has guaranteed $50 million. Saquon's big deal was 36. $50 million guaranteed. Wow. Positional value.
You get none.
You get none. In
fact, you're paying above it.
Horrible idea to draft Jeremiah Love 3rd overall. And I've got a poll I saw about the Bills. Like, if there are 4 players on the board at 26, what should they do? You can apply this idea to other positions as well. And it's not quite as drastic as $50 million guaranteed to a running back. Right. But no, of course, the Cardinals should not draft Jeremiah Love. That'd be they'd be terrible.
Yeah.
There's also talk the Giants could do it at 5. Had they not learned? Like, Saquon was good, and you weren't.
They're not doing that.
No, I don't think so either.
There's
anyway,
no way.
There's your stat of the day. More guaranteed money for a running back than any running back in NFL history. The rookie wage scale was put in place to kind of protect teams from this, and they would be going back in time and signing a guy to a deal like from 2010. All right. Sal on the other side. We'll talk, of course, Sabres-Bruins game 2 tonight, and get a recap of what the Bills had to say at One Bills Drive yesterday. Beane, Brady, and Allen. Coming up here on WGR.
Oh, Carolina scored. Good. Going to bed. Oh, wait a minute. Ottawa's hanging around. Something's happening here. They go to offside review.
Oh, great.
And then
you should have called to wake me up.
I thought about texting you.
Yeah. Hey, get up quick. Your favorite thing's happening.
Yeah. Then, of course, they allow a penalty shot to still take place, even though it happened after the offside that should have stopped everything cold. Whatever. When they didn't score there, I'm like, okay, this is going to take forever. This could be triple overtime. I'm done. So I bailed right there. Once Martinook didn't score on the penalty shot. And then he actually was the one who got the winner probably like an hour and a half later.
Yeah, he did.
Just a lot of hockey earlier in the day, too.
Just to go through what you said there, so if anybody was not awake to see it.
It was ridiculous.
There was an offside review. I'm upset about it.
Did you see how ticky-tack it was, too?
Yeah.
It was so fine.
But
like, we were talking 1 pixel, maybe, that puck was offside.
And just to be clear, the player that did not score on the breakaway
after the offside.
Yeah. Had he scored, it would not have counted.
Right.
Because it was offside. Because he did not score, the penalty counted, and he got a penalty shot.
Right, yeah.
So you got the opportunity to score a goal that
wouldn't have counted.
That would have been taken off the board.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't have been taken off the board had he scored on the penalty shot.
No.
Although, that would have been funny, too. You get the penalty shot,
and then they challenge?
And then offside review, and then they go back. I don't know. It was all ridiculous. How the clock actually went back to when the offside took place. So, theoretically, nothing should have been allowed to happen after that.
Of course.
And that would be logical.
I'm glad we found out in a game that's not the Sabres that if you are hooked on a penalty, like on a breakaway, and it's offside, don't score.
Don't score.
Don't score. If you score, they won't count it. And if you do score, if you do score, they won't count it. If you don't score, you'll get a penalty shot.
Right.
This should shut the league down for 5 hours while they change the rule.
I mean, imagine losing a playoff game like that.
The league should cease operations, have an emergency meeting, and say, oh, yeah, by the way, that's pretty dumb that's the rule.
Who's ready to run it back? Game 2 tonight. Sabres host the Bruins at 7:30 from KeyBank Center before heading out for Game 3 on Thursday. Game 3 live on WGR at 7 p.m. this Thursday, round 1 of the 2026 NFL Draft. That'll be heard live on News Radio 930 WBEN. Hear every pick beginning at 7 p.m., hosted by WGR's Nate Geary, Zach Jones, and Derek Kramer. WGR is your home for every moment of the Sabres playoff run. You can grab your Let's Go Buffalo playoff signs now and take it to your local watch party or show your Sabres love. Get one at Lenco Supplies, featuring incredible discounts going on now, and get there with Liberty Cab, your ride on time every time. Some results from the NHL playoffs last night. Edmonton beat Anaheim 4-3 in Game 1 of their series. The Flyers beat the Penguins 2-0. Carolina beat Ottawa 3-2 in double overtime, and Dallas beat Minnesota 4-2. The Bills began their veteran voluntary minicamp yesterday. Quarterback Josh Allen, general manager Brandon Beane, and head coach Joe Brady all spoke with the media. In case you missed that, you can find it on demand at WGR550.com. Looking around the NFL, the Cowboys made Brandon Aubrey the highest paid kicker in the NFL with a 4-year, $28 million deal. Seahawks general manager John Schneider said the team will be looking to move back in this year's draft. 49ers general manager John Lynch said the team has discussed a possible Brandon Ayuk trade with teams. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports free agent wide receiver Odell Beckham Jr. worked out for the Giants on Monday, and Puka Nacua was present for the first day of Rams' offseason program. In baseball, the Blue Jays beat the Angels 5-2. Join us in the fight against cancer by riding with the WGR Ride for Roswell team on Saturday, June 27th. When you sign up, you'll get a rider gift from WGR and Tom's Pro Bike on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. Plus, at the event, stop by our table and scan the QR code for a chance to win a $1,000 gift card to Tom's Pro Bike. Visit WGR550.com for all of the details. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline, recapping a day at One Bills Drive. A day featuring the Sabres. A lot of Sabres shirts and hats. Josh Allen, Brandon Beane representing the Sabres, who will play tonight in Game 2 against the Boston Bruins. Sal, good morning. Oop, is he there? Uh-oh, we had something happen.
There we go. We go in there. We good now?
There he is.
We're good. We're good.
There you go. Sorry about that. Little gremlins this morning.
All right.
Go ahead.
You going tonight, Sal?
In the process of hoping to, yes.
All right.
Not for sure, but I'm hoping to be in the building. Yes, I'm working on it.
In the process of hoping.
That is such an NFL insider.
You are working your sources.
I love it.
All right.
I have a couple friends that are on the fence. They don't live here. They're debating if they are coming in for the game or not. So we're kind of working that out, before I go down the road. So I'm just kind of waiting on, kind of what their schedule is, and then we'll figure it out.
Very good. You and Josh Allen both are hoping to. Josh,
yes, that's exactly right. Yes.
He did say that. Well, of course, Game 2 tonight against the Bruins at KeyBank Center, a 7:30 face-off. Everybody excited about it. Let's have ourselves a night. Sal, yesterday at One Bills Drive, we heard from the Bills' big hitters, the heavy hitters, Brandon Beane and Josh Allen. I saw wearing Sabres gear. So, recapping the day, of course, we're 2 days out now from the NFL draft. What was your big takeaway? Was it from 17, what Allen had to say, because we get a chance to hear from him, get his update on his foot, how he's feeling, and also his mindset coming into, what is, I want to say, like another start, a refresh because of a new coach?
Yeah, I mean, I think you take something away from each guy who talked, to be honest with you. I don't know if the biggest takeaway was Josh, but I will say I think that him saying that he had a bone in his foot that had kind of broken off another bone, and they had to remove that, and they kind of just threw it out, didn't put it back in, just removed it, and said it was an older injury, actually, guys. I thought that was kind of fascinating and really interesting that he'd been playing with it, but nobody knows when or whatever, just hey, just been playing with it, and it's something that might have contributed to what happened in Cleveland ultimately. So I thought that was interesting. Surgeons went in, they looked and said, hey, you got this problem, and here's this bone, and they took it out. And they threw it out. And then, him, he's feeling good now and he's ready. And his mindset about playing this year and the way he described it was allowing him to be the best version of himself that he has. He now has a daughter, compliment how great his wife is. And, they allow him to be the best version of himself, and talked about new dad strength and all that. So that was kind of cool, to hear Josh in that light.
In terms of, also, by the way, DJ Moore and chemistry with him, right? I don't know if he said if he's done anything in the offseason, but their lockers are next to each other, right?
Yes, he said their lockers are next to each other, and, they're learning about each other. And, a lot of just everybody who talks about DJ Moore just talks about his competitiveness and, how great he is to have in the room and in the building. But, a lot of these things are going to be seen on the field, and that's what's going to matter ultimately. But, yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that everybo's who's talked about him is happy to have him here.
So if you didn't think something from Allen was the biggest takeaway of the day, what would you say was?
I think Brandon Beane on the draft overall, kind of confirming, Joe, what we've said and talked about, which is this isn't really a great draft. And he didn't say it that way. He even said, I don't want to diminish the rest of it, right? But he said it's on the lower end of first-round grades. I know we've debated that term, right, Jeremy, over the years, right? But it's on the lower end of first-round grades. So, as you guys know, I've said to you for many years, A good draft is going to have like 20, maybe 22 first-round grades. He says it's on the lower end. I'm thinking what, 15 maybe at the most, right? I mean, like that's the sense that, but that's the consensus from most of the draft analysis for this draft, which is there's just not that high-end talent, but there is talent throughout the draft. It's going to maybe just show itself in a different way. The other thing is, and this has been talked about, because of the COVID year for college athletes, because of NIL now and athletes going back and transferring and portal and staying longer and how everything's working now in a nutshell, this is an older draft. A lot of the players you're evaluating now are not guys that are 21, 22. It's 23, 24, a lot of guys. And they've been to other places. And maybe this is me talking now, and someone asked this question, and I can't remember exactly who. It was a really good question. Maybe you're drafting more for a floor than a ceiling, because if you're 22, if you're 23, 24, and you've been in college, you're not considered a top pick, but what are you considered? You're considered a player who's going to join a roster, right? Instead of a younger guy who can really smash through the ceiling and be that superstar. I just think it's really, really interesting.
Right. Yeah. Like I remember a couple years ago when we were really in on the receivers, and we talked a lot about Xavier Legette for this, right? Like how old he was and how much football he had played. And this year, like Cassius Howell, Sal's played 5 years of college football. And I feel like it's not really a big thing because he's not really alone in it. There's a lot of guys that are like that have played 5 years or are 23 going into this draft. So, that could be this draft, but I think you're making a good point that like the changes in college football are doing this. The quarterbacks all went back, right? Like part of why this class isn't as good is you start with the quarterbacks, and whether it was Dante Moore, there were a couple other guys, they decided, no, I don't need to come out because I can stay in school and make $4 million.
It's exactly right. Now, they'd make more going to the NFL, but they're still making good money to stay in school, and then they'll have options. As long as, obviously, they're taking a chance not to get injured, but they love the college environment, and now they're making money, where in the past it would be like, aside from a guy making money we don't know about, in the past it'd be like, no, I mean, I need to get to the league. I need to make my money now. Now it's like, no, I can take care of my family now. I can still enjoy the college experience. I can wait on that. And, oh, by the way, maybe I don't want to, go play for the New York Jets if you're Dante Moore. They have the number 2 pick. That's where I would go. You can kind of be a little more selective now. And I specifically asked Brandon about that question, how it impacts, college in the NFL. And he said, yes, it does. But there's a lot of factors that are impacting all of that right now. And he brought up the COVID year, too. Remember, guys had an extra year because of COVID and how everything played out. So I thought that was interesting. And then we literally went down the list of injured players and what their timeline is, where they are in recovery, what they're doing right now. I wrote about that at WGR550.com. Michael Hoyt, Dorian Strong, Tyler Bass, Tyrell Shavers, Landon Jackson, Khalil Shakir, Dwayne Carter, and Jordan Hancock, all dealing with injuries right now. Some are already playing. Khalil Shakir out there today, he said. Tyler Bass, he said if he's not 100%, he's right at it, so that's great news. But guys like Dorian Strong, no new update with his injury. We saw him in the neck brace in the video they put out to, hype the Sabres up a little bit. I like what he said about Michael Hoyt. To me, sounded encouraging, but it wasn't a certain timeline. Said not fully cleared, but he can do certain things, just not full go yet. I think that's encouraging to me.
And Sal, Javon Solomon's name, the fact that it came up
Here
so
we
many
go
times.
again, yeah.
Right, like part of this draft or pre-draft process for you, me, anybody else trying to figure out what the Bills are going to do is figuring out a little bit internally how they feel about their own guys in roles. We could make this about Keon Coleman, how confident they are there. They talk a big game. Javon Solomon, it sounds like they feel like he's got a good role here, right? Dorian Williams, because however they feel about the guys in the building is no doubt going to maybe affect a coin flip when they're on the clock at 26 or 91 about what player they might take. Like, well, we have these two players even. We have a much bigger need at this position because we feel pretty good about Javon Solomon. How much of this Solomon chatter do you buy in terms of what they really think he could still be?
I buy a lot of it, Jeremy, because as you guys probably remember and know, for the last month, this is a guy's name who's just been coming up all the time from the Bills. And I don't think it's just randomly, and they're not like pumping his value to trade him or anything like that, right? It's when he was drafted, there was a comment that was made even by Brandon Beane. I don't have it handy, but someone pointed out, and I said, yeah, that's right. I remember that. When he was drafted, there was some sort of comment right after the draft, maybe that night later, about how Beane was kind of surprised a team that ran a 3-4 didn't take him. But they liked his skill set so much, and he's versatile, and they liked him because he could do a lot of different things. So they took him, and he'll fit in on special teams. Well, here we are, 2 years into his NFL career. He's been a situational, rotational player, special teams guy, hasn't done much. Right away, I remember at the Combine this happened. At the Combine, he brought his name up unprompted, Javon Solomon. I'm like, oh, that was interesting. Like, he's talking about Javon Solomon, how he really thinks he could take a step next year. Then at the owners' meetings, we hear about Javon Solomon again. Like, oh, here we go again. Every time I turn around, I'm hearing about Javon Solomon. Yesterday, it was even more pointed than anything he had said. Matt Bove specifically asked, is there any player who could be a better fit in this system than they were in the last system, and they could, take a step up? And here's his quote from Brandon Beane. My apologies. He didn't cough. I'm coughing. My apologies. He said, quote, I think an easy one is Javon Solomon. In our old defense, we would call him a designated pass rusher. I think he fits more of a 3-4 stand-up OLB or outside linebacker than a hand in the dirt defensive end. I just think it's super interesting. So to your point, Jeremy, yes. I mean, that's why I have not been on the pass rush at 26 as a lot of people have been. Is it possible? Yeah. Sure, it's possible. Still depends on what you think about Michael Hoyt. But let's just take this at face value. Let's just say they really believe Javon Solomon is going to be a solid rotational player for them they're going to count on. Mm-hmm. You have him, you have Bradley Chubb, you have Greg Rousseau, of course. You have Michael Hoyt coming back at some point. You have Landon Jackson, who also, by the way, just drafted last year, and I know he didn't do a lot, but he's on the roster. I just don't know where 26 fits at pass rusher right now.
Okay. Right. Like, would you feel like if I fast forwarded a week from today and said they spent a 3rd-round pick at defensive end, you feel like what they did at that position this offseason would be reasonable?
Yeah. The only thing they've done at the end now is Chubb. Chubb's the only addition on the entire D-line, which is fascinating, right? Like, when can you guys remember any Buffalo Bills team you've ever covered, they have made 0 additions at defensive tackle, interior defensive line, at all? And they have not. And they've made 1 at defensive end. 1. Across the entire front. That's it. Even linebacker. Let's take the entire front of the defense. Everything that's not considered secondary. 1 addition. Bradley Chubb.
Yeah.
That's it. To me, that's telling me that they feel pretty good about who they have, and they're going to tweak and they're going to add. They're going to, of course, draft some guys. But I don't know, like, if they really needed like competition there, they probably would have tipped their hat by doing that a little bit here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's funny, like, as you lay that out, so like, all right, well, that interior defensive line could be in play at 26. If you think the edge rusher could wait till the 3rd round, which it very well could, like, that's a position that everything I read about this draft is it's deep enough to get into the 3rd round. I saw it pointed out today, of all their top 30 visits, there's only 1 first-rounder on that list. That's Casey Concepcion. Like, no one else that they've had in for a top 30 visit is I guess,
expected to go in the first round.
Consensus pegged for a first-round pick. Like, it's only Concepcion. And yesterday when Beane was talking about the idea of guys that they love falling to them, what do you say, like a 1% chance that some of these guys are going to get to us? And
yeah.
I'm wondering if they've got 12 first-round grades and they're picking at 26 and this guy makes it to 21, would he say, I'll trade capital next year? I need my capital this year because I've already spent my 2nd, right? But I'll give you a 2nd next year to move up the 7 spots to get a guy we have a first-round grade on. And it doesn't have to be Concepcion. It can be a defensive end. It could be a defensive tackle. But when you have so few and you need difference makers, like, I just wonder if next year's draft capital will be something that teams start to use to try to slide a little bit to make sure they get the guy that they think is worthy of that teardrop.
I wouldn't doubt it. I think that's exactly what you could do. If you have 1 or 2 guys left that are first-rounded talents on your board, and you're in a position where you feel like, okay, we either got to move up now or we're going to take a guy with a 2nd-round grade at 26 as a first-rounder, you have to consider it. As Brandon Beane himself has said, if you take what you internally in your building feel is not a first-round talent in the first round, that's unfair to the guy even, because now you have expectations on the guy that are kind of are unfair from the fans. You're not going to, because we know they're not going to go out to the fans and on day one and say we had a second round grade on them, but we couldn't pass them up here in the first round, right? That's just not how you talk. It's not what you say. That's just not fair to them either. So you're right. You could do that. The other thing is maybe, Jeremy, maybe that's all some breadcrumbs is saying, maybe they're not planning on picking a guy in the first round. They didn't bring anybody in on a top 30 visit. They're going to go down to the second round. They're going to trade down. And I just think that's tough, though, because if the Bills have, as you say, let's say 12 first-round grades, and maybe the max most teams has is 15 or 16, what team is coming back into the first round to get a guy who doesn't have a first-round grade? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
Like, who's doing that? Unless it's a quarterback.
Right, quarterback. That's what I was just going to say. Like, you would need the positional value to be through the roof for that, and that would be, Arizona or whoever to say, we don't think Ty Simpson will make it to us, so let's go get him.
And it's the only guy you can think of, right?
Oh, for sure.
I mean, what other is it Drew Aller? No. I mean,
no, Carson Beck.
It's not him. It's not Carson Beck. Like,
no, those guys aren't going
Garrett Nussmeier? Or Garrett Nussmeier is considered, what, third-round pick maybe by most people?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Well, I mean, like, if
maybe at the most.
If you're talking about moving up for a quarterback, that could happen. It could also happen that a team, moves up for defensive end, for wide receiver. Like last year, it's James Pierce that Atlanta trades a future first for, a guy that had fallen down the board because of big red flags on character, and they make that trade, which is why the Rams are picking in the first round. So it's interesting.
That, by the way, all of this is funny, Sally, because I don't know that this ever gets mentioned, but, like the idea that they could only have like 12, 15 first-round grades, I wonder how many second-round grades they would have. Because if it's not a great draft, like what if you have 12 first-round grades and 12 second-round grades? Like there could still be a tier break around where the Bills would be picking. It just might not always be first to second. Like if it's such a bad draft class, I mean, I guess it's possible that, you could be looking at like guys with third-round grades that could sneak into the first round. But it's all guessing.
Yeah, and listen, I know, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Jeremy, but I think you could wait till the third and still get a really quality wide receiver here.
Yeah, that's not disappointing. I've been wanting that for 5 years.
Doesn't receiver feels like there's no top-end guy, right, Sal?
That's right.
That's
right. There's a lot of buzz even about Tate falling, right? Like
a little bit, yeah. But isn't receiver feel like there are 6-7 guys that feel like they're worthy of top 2 rounds especially? Maybe it's a longer list than that. Like I think receiver feels deep this year, even if there's no like elite guy at the top.
Agreed. It might depend on your flavor. I think there's just a lot of different flavors, types of receivers, big-bodied guys, faster guys, smaller guys, slot guys, outside guys. You can kind of pick and choose which one you like the best to fit for your particular roster. I mean, we're looking at most draft analysts that I've read have maybe close to 20 wide receivers on their top 100. Yeah. I mean, okay, so there's 90-something picks in the first 96 picks in the first 3 rounds, right?
Yep.
If there's close to 20 wide receivers in the first 3 rounds and you don't have a consensus top 2 or 3 because there's a different flavor, I don't know, man. Just wait, right? Wait, get one in the second round. Get one in the third round. It feels like there's not going to be much separation or difference between rounds 1 and round 3 with these guys.
Or just find a way to take Casey Concepcion.
I love him. I do. I think
they do too.
I think so too. I think so. I think the question really is about taking them at that spot and just where your roster is right now. Like I just can't figure out, and I've said this, you guys know, I think a lot of it depends on what they think about Keon Coleman and where he fits in the roster. I just like if you close your eyes and envision who's on the field for the Buffalo Bills at wide receiver on opening week, game 1, you have DJ Moore, you have Khalil Shakir. I think Joshua Palmer, and I know fans are going, no, don't do that. But how do they think about it? I don't think a 26 receivers drafting over Josh Palmer. I just don't think that.
I think he definitely would start over Josh Palmer. But right, like they've got a commitment. They've got their commitments.
At the very least, they're about even, right? I don't know. I can't see them moving up. I think Keon Coleman's the wild card there. I really do.
Did you read the letter that Concepcion wrote at the Players Tribune to GM Sal?
I did.
Yeah.
Do you think that is the thing, like, where it would be assumed that GMs would love that? I mean, there is some brashness to it. Like he said in there, I'm the best receiver in the draft. I run crisp routes. I catch everything anywhere near me. But there was also so much about him personally and him stuttering. Like I feel like most GMs would love that.
Oh, I think that was a great letter, and I think most GMs would love it. I think most football people would love it. I don't think anybody's going to look, and if anybody looks at it and goes, nah, that kid's too arrogant or brash, then fine, take him off your board. I think you'd be helping another team if you thought that.
Yep. All right, Sal. Well, hopefully we see you at the game tonight. Good luck.
Hopefully see you at the game tonight. And then I'll text you guys when we're in there. Should be fun. I can't. I just said to Yana last night. I said the cool thing, and we were watching the playoffs last night. Wait? I have to ask because you were texting me late. Did you stay up and watch overtime? What'd you watch?
No, I did not.
I saw, Sal, you were one of the people tweeting at midnight about offside review challenges.
I know. I get the rule. I understand. And Marty chimed in on it with me. And Marty's right, and I understand. And I would be one of the first people to tell you this point, which is, look, if you were supposed to call an offside, you didn't. You still have to call the penalty because if you don't, you're letting guys take sticks and whack people in heads, and nobody's calling anything, right? I guess you could, of course, massage the rule and go to some subjective calls, but you kind of have to do it. I totally get it. But holy cow, did that seem weird. There's an offsides called. They literally reset the clock to before the penalty shot actually even happened.
Don't let anyone try to talk you into it making sense. Doing work for the league.
Because really, the take liberties argument, I bet that no doubt that is why they have it. But that implies that the players on the ice are going to get the information that hey, this is going to count. Now go attack a guy's knee.
That is true, Joe. Right, and everything's going so fast. And I think that's also a great point.
Never mind.
Fight with Marty about it.
I
tell
will
him because he's the one.
I will. Never mind that it's the playoffs where guys take liberties anyway, and the suspensions are half off.
Marcus Foligno grabbed a guy's head and put it into the stanchion yesterday, like in the middle of a play.
Right.
Like it happens.
It wasn't offside, right? All right. Thanks, Sal.
All right, guys. Hopefully, see you tonight.
Yeah. All right. Game 2 tonight. Sabres and Bruins. Quick minute and a half here on the number of first round grades, which I'm going to argue in a different way here, if you could. This is one of my. Every year, there's only like 12 guys in the first round. We only have 14 first-round grades. There's never 32. There's never 40.
No, there never has.
It's
all that we've ever heard
There's always between 12 and 14 first-round grades, and that's it. And I would just like to ask the question this way. If you are an NFL GM and you have 14 first-round grades, put a number value on. We're doing scales 0 to 100, right? Our top-rated guy is a 100. Number 2 is a 99.3. Joe, where does first-round grade end? Hypothetically, where do you think it ends? It's from
out of 100. I would say you're talking like 85.
Okay, so 85 to 100 are first-round grades.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Guy with an 84.4. That's a second-round grade.
Sure.
Is he 1 point away from the last first-rounder?
Less than that, even.
Right. How far is your 14th first-round grade away from your first-round grade? 10 points?
Mm-hmm.
I have to treat this like the gap between the 14th and the 15th guy is bigger than the gap between the 14th and the first?
Right.
These tiers, it's like anytime you watch a ranking of NFL quarterbacks, like, oh, you've got this guy 10th and this guy 11th. That's a coin flip. Who cares? Neither one of them is close to Josh Allen.
Yeah.
And these GMs love telling you that this tier break is some dramatic thing. Who cares? You got a guy with a second-round grade. He's 1 point below the next guy that you did have in the first round. Never mind that the whole concept of the draft is that we're not supposed to know who's good. These teams trust. They want to say. I promised I wouldn't. I didn't promise I wouldn't rant, but I'm not going to rant. I'm just going to stop myself. Go Sabres. It's just the draft. The draft can never get its story straight. You can never know. You should trade down. Why trade down? Oh, because we have more grades in the third round. Oh, you like the third? Oh, okay,
right.
Great. Whatever.
I like the guys that are ranked at 72 points.
Yes, all separated by tenths of decimals of barely.
I mean, I might just start treating it as like talking about the first and second round grades there. That everyone with a second round grade is a first round guy. Because if there's never 32, there should be. And I guess I don't know, like how many. Why would it be true that there'd be more second round grades every year than first round guys?
Who knows? How many?
Right, who knows? Because if there are 12 first round grades, are there 20 seconds? Because to me, if there are, I'm just gonna treat them all as first round grades. Because there should be 32.
If there's only 14 first-rounders every year, then all these teams that are drafting 26 and 30 should be trading their firsts every year. Of course, I've got a market inefficiency here. It says a first. I don't think this guy's a first. I can get first-round value for this first-round pick. Whatever.
We really should just do away with all the rounds. Stop calling them rounds. Just go by the overall pick.
Right.
Really, the round is just there for...
Think of how often we massage it. Keon Coleman was basically a first-round pick.
Right.
If you're taken at the top of the second, you're basically a first.
And if you go to the bottom of the first,
you're basically a second. Like
that's where why do we need the rounds? Well, so we know whose turn it is again.
I guess. All right, rant over. Sabres and Bruins tonight, game 2. Jeremy and Joe, we're going to run through some bandwagoners. Are we picking them up or leaving them on the side of the road?
There's a lot of them.
It was a fun game we played here. The bandwagon's growing out there in the world. 803-0550 on WGR. So Javon Solomon's name, the fact that it came up
Here
so
we
many
go
times,
again, yeah.
right? Like part of this draft or pre-draft process for you, me, anybody else trying to figure out what the Bills are going to do is figuring out a little bit internally how they feel about their own guys in roles. We could make this about Keon Coleman, how confident they are there. They talk a big game. Javon Solomon, it sounds like they feel like he's got a good role here, right? Dorian Williams, because however they feel about the guys in the building is no doubt going to maybe affect a coin flip when they're on the clock at 26 or 91 about what player they might take. Like, well, we have these two players even. We have a much bigger need at this position because we feel pretty good about Javon Solomon. How much of the Solomon chatter do you buy in terms of what they really think he could still be?
I buy a lot of it, Jeremy, because as you guys probably remember and know, for the last month, this is a guy's name who's just been coming up all the time from the Bills. And I don't think it's just randomly, and they're not like pumping his value to trade him or anything like that, right? It's when he was drafted, there was a comment that was made even by Brandon Beane. I don't have it handy, but someone pointed out, and I said, yeah, that's right. I remember that. When he was drafted, there was some sort of comment right after the draft, maybe that night later, about how Beane was kind of surprised a team that ran a 3-4 didn't take him. But they liked his skill set so much, and he's versatile, and they liked him because he could do a lot of different things. So they took him, and he'll fit in on special teams. Well, here we are, 2 years into his NFL career. He's been a situational, rotational player, special teams guy, hasn't done much. Right away, I remember at the Combine this happened. At the Combine, he brought his name up unprompted, Javon Solomon. I'm like, oh, that was interesting. Like, he's talking about Javon Solomon, how he really thinks he could take a step next year. Then at the owners' meetings, we hear about Javon Solomon again. Like, oh, well, here we go again. Every time I turn around, I'm hearing about Javon Solomon. Yesterday, it was even more pointed than anything he had said. Matt Bove specifically asked, is there any player who could be a better fit in this system than they were in the last system and that could, take a step up? And here's his quote from Brandon Beane. My apologies. He didn't cough. I'm coughing. My apologies. He said, quote, I think an easy one is Javon Solomon. In our old defense, we would call him a designated pass rusher. I think he fits more of a 3-4 stand-up OLB or outside linebacker than a hand-in-the-dirt defensive end. I just think it's super interesting. So to your point, Jeremy, yes. I mean, that's why I have not been on the pass rush at 26 as a lot of people have been. Is it possible? Yeah. Sure, it's possible. Still depends on what you think about Michael Hoyt.
Ready to run it back? Game 2 tonight. Sabres host the Bruins at 7:30 from KeyBank Center before heading out for Game 3 on Thursday. With Game 3 live on WGR at 7 p.m. this Thursday, Round 1 of the 2026 NFL Draft can be heard live on News Radio 930 WBEN. You can hear every pick beginning at 7 p.m., hosted by WGR's Nate Geary, Zach Jones, and Derek Kramer. WGR is your home for every moment of the Sabres playoff run. Grab your Let's Go Buffalo playoff signs now and take it to your watch party to show your Sabres love. Get one at Lenco Supplies, featuring incredible discounts going on now, and get there with Liberty Cab. Your ride on time, every time. Some results from the playoffs last night. Edmonton beat Anaheim 4-3 in Game 1 of their series. The Flyers beat the Penguins 2-0. Carolina beat Ottawa 3-2 in double overtime, and Dallas beat Minnesota 4-2. The Bills, they began their voluntary veteran mini camp yesterday. Quarterback Josh Allen, general manager Brandon Beane, and head coach Joe Brady all spoke with the media. In case you missed that, you can find it on demand at WGR550.com. And looking around the NFL, Seahawks general manager John Schneider said the team will be looking to move back in this year's draft. 49ers general manager John Lynch said the team has discussed a possible Brandon Ayuk trade with other teams. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports free agent wide receiver Odell Beckham Jr. worked out for the Giants yesterday, and Puka Nacua was present for the first day of Rams' offseason program. In baseball, the Blue Jays beat the Angels 5-2. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Buffalo Boston right now is so fun to watch. Like, you see it with the Bills, but like, this is what sports are all about, is a long awaited playoff game in a city like Buffalo. And I got to give them a shout out because it looked like one of the greatest atmospheres I've heard, I've seen, just all the above. That city just breathes a good time, a cold one, some sort of success. A team like that is so new to it. I mean, they've been 14 years of pain in that city with that team, and for them to get that one and then that crowd pop, and then they're like, all right, boys, this is on. It's really cool to see just that building rocking again, to see some of the big moments here as of late, even leading into the playoffs, some of the atmosphere is there. This is by far my favorite series to watch.
That is a very good, established Stanley Cup champion, NHL player, Olympian, saying nice things about Buffalo and the Sabres. That's Matthew Tkachuk.
Uh-huh.
How about that? Matthew Tkachuk.
Active player in the division, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Not like, I guess they're not active because their season's over.
That's right. And also a rival of his brother.
Right.
In the division.
Yes, that's right.
Maybe an opponent if Ottawa can get it together, make it far enough, and if the Sabres can too. Matthew Tkachuk. I mean, listen, I saw that yesterday. I sent it to Joe. I'm like, oh, we definitely have to play Matthew Tkachuk saying nice things about Buffalo. That town breathes. Let's have a cold one. And, like,
yes,
he got drafted here. He also mentioned that he got drafted here. But, man,
Who got drafted?
Tkachuk.
Here?
He was. The draft was here the year.
He got okay.
Yep,
he got drafted in Buffalo.
Yeah. And he also talked about, when you're young, you play here a lot, and he had nothing but like really nice things to say, which is pretty cool. You kind of hope that. I hope that what happened the other night and what continues to happen completely re-images the franchise. And we've seen the Bills go through it, right? The Bills went from the butt of a joke, a drought, to a powerhouse and a cool kids club. Now the idea of playing for the Bills is cool. Players would want to, whether that's Josh Allen or the Mafia or whatever. And, could the Sabres go through a complete overhaul? And maybe by the end of this year, the number of players that wouldn't waive a no trade or wouldn't sign in free agency is cut in half,
right,
or 20%. And maybe in 3 years, it's not even considered.
Because Tkachuk says that there, and I think back to when there was a Kevin Weeks rumor about him being in a trade package for Jack Eichel, and within minutes, Tkachuk's agent was out there saying like he wouldn't wouldn't come there.
Yeah.
He wouldn't sign there. And of course that's like in the middle of the darkness.
The mess.
Of the mess here. And okay, that guy who like agent within minutes is like he wouldn't come there is now talking like that about the team. Not to say he would come here because he's
but whatever.
got
It's
a contract, but
it's definitely
maybe if he was in a different phase of his career, he would think differently about it, as I would imagine 90% of players would.
Yeah.
Think differently about it.
All of a sudden looks a lot better.
But is he allowed on the bandwagon?
That's why we played it. Let's decide who is and isn't allowed on the bandwagon. The Sabres, of course, you may have heard, they are a wagon. Matthew Tkachuk, is he allowed on the bandwagon? He might still be rooting for Ottawa, by the way, but I think
Yeah.
I say yes. Matthew Tkachuk, get on the bandwagon.
I'm okay.
He said some nice things there. I'll let him on.
I
I'm
don't
fine
like
with
the
it.
Tkachuk brothers to begin with, but I think I have to allow it because he said such nice things.
Has he done anything to a Sabre in a game that should that disqualifies him?
I want to mention one other thing he brought up in that podcast. He talked about the guys that were on the rollerblades fighting the Cam Neely,
the Cam Neely doll
mannequin, and called them beauties and said he wants them at every game and wants to get them to Boston. And that they're absolutely, and I agreed with that too. That was one of the highlights of Game 1, of the crowd of Game 1. So, I think Matthew Tkachuk, bandwagon, pick him up.
Pick him up.
Pick him up.
All right, pick him up.
You okay with it?
I'm okay.
You said you hate both the Tkachuks.
I do hate both the Tkachuks, but
Right.
he's whatever. I hate Brady more than I hate Matthew, so
Fair.
I'll live.
Speaking of Brady, Tom Brady. What if he says he wants in?
Absolutely not.
Get him out.
Not a
No
chance.
thanks.
Although, wait, again, I mentioned this the other day, like kidding.
I don't even want to hear a wait. What's the wait for Tom
What
Brady?
are we doing here?
You would do it because it would drive everyone in the city of Boston
Crazy?
mad. It would be they would hate it so much.
Did you also mention him as a drum banger? If I
Their
remember correctly?
quarterback, their all-time guy, comes out wearing the jersey of the team that their city is playing.
No.
They would lose it.
No.
They were mad that he was just neutral in the Super Bowl. Imagine if he picked us.
Would that just mean that all
It
of
would be
Boston
tempting.
now jumps on the bandwagon because they're already
Like
halfway
would
there?
they go down? Would they go down to Gillette Stadium and like tear down his statue?
No, they're too busy watching their other teams win championships, probably the Celtics or something. No, not today, Satan. No thanks.
Fine.
No.
All right, leave him.
By the way, if you're in the chat on YouTube or if you want to tweet us some names, just suggest names. Like, how about LeBron? What if LeBron wants on?
LeBron's in on every bandwagon, so he can. Yeah, he's fine.
He is.
He likes Josh Allen.
Drake. What about Drake? Drake's a
Toronto guy.
No, because Drake's got this curse about him. Whatever team he roots for, something bad happens to them immediately.
You know who else that is Ted Cruz, famously, is that.
When he starts rooting for them,
Ted
like,
Cruz,
teams start
when
failing.
he goes to a team's game, like the congressman from Texas, he goes to the team loses every game that he goes to.
There's a Drake curse that
Right.
I don't want affiliated with the Sabres.
All right, I got a tough one for you here. Ready? We already did Mahomes. You guys said no.
Absolutely not.
I will not say Eichel because, of course, that's ridiculous. He's in the playoffs.
What about Reinhardt?
I have him on the list. What if Reinhardt's like, I think it'd be pretty great if Buffalo won one.
But see, why are you going to let Eichel on? Well, I guess Eichel
Eichel's
said
playing.
bad things.
And he's sure.
Well,
And
and also
Reinhardt
Eichel,
didn't.
right? The Eichel leaving was a lot more, I think, Buffalo's doing than it was him being like, I want to leave. Like they just wouldn't sign him to a deal.
Reinhardt's
Reinhardt?
Reinhardt's fine with
Reinhardt,
me.
yeah.
I'm
right.
good with Reinhardt.
You got another
Pick
one.
him up.
Pick him up.
In a stunning turn of events on Instagram, Steph Diggs says, I'm all in, baby. The Sabres are a wagon. Steph Diggs, he allowed on the wagon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pick him up.
Pick him up.
Pick him up.
People are going to be mad at us about that.
Why?
He's the best receiver in
People
team
hate
history.
Stupid.
Jeff Skinner.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
yeah.
That's an
Pick
easy-
him
It's
up.
not even on,
Pick
it's not
him
even
up.
on the wagon. Yeah.
He should be on already.
He might be like, I don't know, on the staff. He's helping out with the wagon.
Tim Murray.
Yes.
Pick him
Yes.
up.
Pick him
I
up.
think
Pick him up.
I think he's the most well-liked GM of the drought.
Yeah.
Ralph Kruger.
Absolutely. Ooh.
Ralph Kruger. From Davos, he sends a message. Go Sabres. Let's go.
You know, he was always a nice enough
He's not
fellow.
a bad guy.
was a nice
He's just
guy.
incompetent.
Yeah.
Do we want that energy, though, the drought energy,
Yeah,
rooting
I just
for
like
the team? I
that's
don't know.
more of a like, hey, I'm sorry, man. Like,
Just stay away.
I need you to stay over here.
What about
We're leaving Ralph Kruger?
We're leaving Ralph Kruger.
if they win and he's like, he shouts him out? How do we feel?
That's fine.
It's fine. I just not
prior to that because it feels a little jinxy.
I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it.
All right.
In the chat, we've got a couple more here. How about Patrick Kane?
Ooh. No. He shushed the crowd last time.
He did. That's
He's
very
playing
true.
against them. He's on the wagon. Definitely. Yes, he's allowed.
Pick him up. On the wagon.
He's allowed on the
That's
bandwagon.
fine. I was mostly
Anyone from here, I feel like.
What about Gronk?
Yes.
Gronk was in there in the chat.
Yes.
Pick him up.
I'm okay with Gronk.
Pick him up. I think that's your way of getting that Tom Brady effect, too, of making Boston fans nuts.
Maybe a little bit.
Because they're going to be upset. Yeah, fine.
Bon Jovi.
Gronk, yes.
No.
Zero chance.
No chance.
No on Bon Jovi.
It's another one.
We're deciding who, if they decided they wanted to be on the Sabres bandwagon, could or could not join.
What about Ryan Whitney?
Yes.
With all that, right?
Yeah, he's in.
Yeah.
He's allowed.
What about Paul Bissonnette?
You guys don't want to allow Bissonnette on.
I'm kind of okay with Bissonnette.
I want to say yes on Whitney and no on Bissonnette.
I think I'm barely okay with Whitney, and Biz can go.
Doesn't Biz have that curse, kind of how we were talking about too? When he
Well,
starts
anybody
rooting
that roots for Toronto has a curse,
That's
right?
right.
That's
At
right.
least they all think they have a curse.
Yeah, what do we just feel about Toronto in general? Just being so mad at their own team that they're just like, that looks fun down there.
All right. Austin Matthews.
Well, yes, but that's because I'm going to
What if he says, I'm into it. Go Sabres.
Pick him up. I'm thinking more like a who's a Leafs lifer? Like a give me like Matt Sundin.
Yeah. Basically,
I was trying to think of a Leaf that we would have negative feelings about.
Darcy Tucker.
Dion Phaneuf.
Ty Domi.
They were a joke when Dion Phaneuf was there.
That's true.
Who? Ty Domi?
Yeah.
The Rob and him connection. It could be
Yeah,
fun.
that's all nicey nice now, right? Pick him up. They did a documentary.
The Sabres have won one playoff game, and we are just rolling.
I know.
I don't care. I'm not stopping.
It's awesome.
That's not stopping us.
Pump the brakes. No.
There are no brakes. All gas, no brakes. Anybody else coming up in the chat here
right now? Doug Gilmore.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
He played here.
Sabre.
He played here.
Roger Goodell. Definitely.
Pick him up.
Get on board.
Commish.
Sure. Roger Goodell. I want to be explore more people like Boston hates, but so do we.
Ben Affleck. I know they don't hate Boston. They don't hate him.
Who would
after this
who
series
does Boston
is over
and Buffalo hate?
Ooh.
In sports, is there someone who fits that profile?
I don't think they hate him, but Brad Marchand.
No, they definitely don't.
They don't hate him.
They don't hate him, but
They don't hate him.
just thinking about that guy is a
Yeah, no. That would qualify under what I was going for earlier, though. Of like if Marchand came out and said I'm rooting for the Sabres in the series,
yeah.
Boston would just get mad. I just want to make Boston mad, I guess is
That
what
would be good.
I'm getting here.
Yep. And we have a group chat. I have a brother-in-law who lives in Boston, and he's a Patriots fan, so we kind of have known Bill's Patriots stuff, and he revealed in the group chat how he wanted to smash his TV during the game one. And like, he's in Boston, he's a Boston sportsman. I knew that, but I didn't know that he was, I wanted to smash my TV level Bruins fan, and I felt so great about it. I felt so good. Like, wow, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for telling me you got that mad about it. I feel so good about that.
Right. That makes me feel awesome.
This is great. If he had said, like, I don't really watch the Bruins, it would have been, oh, all right, well, that's unfortunate because what is sports other than wanting someone else to be upset, not you be upset? Isn't that the whole thing?
Right.
I want you to be mad while I'm happy.
Jason Bottrell.
Get him out. The wagon will not only drive past
He's
him, but
not
we
even in the
will-
playoffs, and
We will leave our paper cups on the side of the road next to him.
He drafted Darlene.
Tough one. Diamond in the rough, that one.
Yeah.
Real tough call.
Good one from chat, Joe, for your make Boston mad. Eli Manning.
Oh,
that's tough because I have an Eli thing. but I would allow it because yes, that would be great.
Pick them up!
We mentioned that Lucic picked the Sabres to win and beat the Bruins. We get all the way late in the series. We get further down the road. Lucic reveals he is rooting for the Sabres. You okay with it?
No.
No.
I'm not okay. After the Miller stuff,
Absolutely
no.
Definitely not.
Absolutely.
can't happen.
Leave him there.
Boston's out Dave Portnoy after all the comments, the shush. He starts his outpouring of support for Buffalo.
To that point, this has been a fun game of pick him up or leave him there. Is anybody, I guess we shouldn't be surprised. The national media or maybe the Boston media, people were very surprised to find out that we sing both anthems.
Yeah. A lot of people didn't know that.
Very surprised. And it's just so normal here that I can remember when I would travel with Niagara Hockey for a long time, it would be always jarring going somewhere. Like, that's right, we only do one anthem. It feels like half of a pregame. Wherever you go, like, oh, wow, only doing one anthem here. Did they do two in Detroit, or is that only one in Detroit?
The Buffalo's the only place that does it.
Detroit is right there, too.
Right there. Yeah.
With Windsor, but all right.
Yep.
Yeah, stunned to find out we do two anthems. This is an anthem singer's paradise. This is top of the line. You want to climb the anthem mountain, you come to Buffalo because you sing twice. 803-0550, Game 2 tonight. We'll talk with Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff coming up at the top of the hour. 8 o'clock, our usual Tuesday conversation. We'll talk with Lindy, who has the Sabres up 1-0 heading into tonight's Game 2, 7:30 puck drop here on WGR. So yesterday at One Bills Drive, we heard from the Bills' big hitters, the heavy hitters, Brandon Beane and Josh Allen. I saw we're in Sabres gear. So recapping the day, of course, we're 2 days out now from the NFL draft. What was your big takeaway? Was it from 17, what Allen had to say, because we get a chance to hear from him, get his update on his foot, how he's feeling, and also his mindset coming into, what is, I want to say, like another start, a refresh because of a new coach?
Yeah, I mean, I think you take something away from each guy who talked, to be honest with you. I don't know if the biggest takeaway was Josh, but I will say I think that him saying that he had a bone in his foot that had kind of broken off another bone, and they had to remove that, and they kind of just like threw it out, didn't put it back in, just removed it, and said it was an older injury, actually, guys. I thought that was like kind of fascinating and really interesting that he'd been playing with it, but nobody knows when or whatever, just like, hey, just been playing with it, and it's something that might have contributed to what happened in Cleveland ultimately. So I thought that was interesting. Surgeons went in, they looked and said, hey, you got this problem, and here's this bone, and they took it out, and they threw it out. And then, him, he's feeling good now, and he's ready, and his mindset about playing this year, and the way he described it was allowing him to be the best version of himself that he has. He now has a daughter, compliment how great his wife is, and they allow him to be the best version of himself, and talked about dad strength, new dad strength, and all of that. So that was kind of cool, to hear Josh in that light.
In terms of also, by the way, DJ Moore and chemistry with him, right? I don't know if he said if he's done anything in the offseason, but their lockers are next to each other, right?
Yes, he said their lockers are next to each other, and they're learning about each other, and a lot of just everybody who talks about DJ Moore just talks about his competitiveness and how great he is to have in the room and in the building. But a lot of these things are going to be seen on the field, and that's what's going to matter ultimately. But yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that everybody's who's talked about him is happy to have him here.
So if you didn't think something from Allen was the biggest takeaway of the day, what would you say was?
I think Brandon Beane on the draft overall, kind of confirming, Joe, what we've said and talked about, which is this isn't really a great draft. And he didn't say it that way. He even said, I don't want to diminish the rest of it, right? But he said it's on the lower end of first round grades. I know we've debated that term, right, Joe, Jeremy, how over the years, right? But it's on the lower end of first round grades. So as you guys know, I've said to you for many years, a good draft is going to have like 20, maybe 22 first round grades. He says it's on the lower end. I'm thinking what, 15 maybe at the most, right? I mean, like that's the sense but that's the consensus from most of the, draft analysis.
All right, we're in and out. Want to make sure we're here for Lindy Ruff on time. The draft is 2 days away. We got a draft party at Brightsmith Brewing Thursday night. Go to brightsmithbrewing.com for information. Join us, a Game 3 watch party and the draft, all happening at Brightsmith on Thursday. Tons of food. Joe and I will be there. Be a good time. That's a 7 o'clock face-off. Tonight, 7:30, we'll talk with Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff when we return about the series to this point and moving forward here on WGR. You got a minute for me to push back on a narrative that Boston is trying to sell?
Okay.
Did they play a perfect game for 50 minutes? Why does anybody think they played a perfect game for 50 minutes?
No.
I keep hearing that. We played perfect for 50 minutes.
You're hearing that?
Yes. Marco Sturm said it. Boston media is saying it. We just played a perfect game and then collapsed.
Well,
there's definitely some collapse in there. But you tell me for tonight, line it up. You want to get outshot 36-18 through 50 minutes? You want that? Like, I'll sign up for that. Perfect? That's your perfect game, is to get ragdolled, to get out-hit, out-chanced, out-skated, outshot, but be winning 2-0 because of, like, a couple bounces? That's perfect?
Well,
okay.
I think that is right now, Boston Bruins hockey, perfect Boston Bruins hockey
is happening.
Looks like the first 50 minutes of that game.
You happen to have the lead?
Right. Like, because they're not very good. And they are going to grit their way and goaltend their way to we have the lead. And that's, to me, their season. That's a reason they're 28th in the league in expected goals for share. Like,
yeah,
they are used to being controlled in a way that they were in the first 50 minutes of that game, but working their way to the 2-0 lead.
There is something in their numbers about that, like their PDO, their puck luck. They're very high. The Sabres are high too, but Boston is also very high.
Yeah.
Like, they don't necessarily need the puck to score a lot, but then it's their version of perfect. Because,
right, that's what I mean. Because they're accustomed to that this year. I think it's the mark of a team that's not very good, but you look at, like, they've been outshot by 100 on the season, and shot attempts, they've been outshot by 200 on the year. Like, just they are used to the team being the team that doesn't have the puck as often.
Yeah.
So for them, that's not really new. The Sabres had the puck for 50 minutes, and they were cycling around, and like I think that is what the Bruins are used to because they're not that talented.
Well, then I might want to hear.
I think the idea that they're selling that's a perfect game in general is nuts.
I might want to hear them and the Boston media then sell that instead of perfect as
just in general perfect.
Just instead sell it as like we were happy with how we were playing, as opposed to perfect.
Yeah, right.
Perfect is pretty strong.
Those are two very different things.
I feel like perfect, you might be up 3-0, 5-0, 8-0. Perfect?
Oh, Carolina scored. Good. Going to wait a minute. Ottawa's hanging around. Something's happening here. They go to offside review.
Oh, great.
And then
you should have called to wake me up.
I thought about texting you.
Yeah. Hey, get up quick. Your favorite thing's happening.
Yeah. Then, of course, they allow a penalty shot to still take place, even though it happened after the offside that should have stopped everything cold. Whatever. When they didn't score there, I'm like, okay, this is going to take forever. This could be triple overtime. I'm done. So I bailed right there. Once Martinook didn't score on the penalty shot. And then he actually was the one who got the winner probably like an hour and a half later.
Yeah, he did.
Just a lot of hockey earlier in the day, too.
Just to go through what you said there, so if anybody was not awake to see it.
It was ridiculous.
There was an offside review. I'm upset about it.
Did you see how ticky-tack it was, too?
Yeah.
It was so fine.
But
like, we were talking 1 pixel, maybe, that puck was offside.
And just to be clear, the player that did not score on the breakaway.
After the offside.
Yeah. Had he scored, it would not have counted.
Right.
Because it was offside. Because he did not score, the penalty counted.
Who's ready to run it back? Game 2 tonight. Sabres host the Bruins at 7:30 from KeyBank Center before they head out for Game 3 on Thursday, with Game 3 live on WGR at 7 p.m. Round 1 of the 2026 NFL Draft can be heard live on News Radio 930 WBEN. You can hear every pick beginning at 7 p.m., hosted by WGR's Nate Geary, Zach Jones, and Derek Kramer. WGR is your home for every moment of the Sabres playoff run. You can still grab your Let's Go Buffalo playoff signs now and take it to your watch party to show your Sabres love. Get one at Lenko Supplies, featuring incredible discounts going on now. Featuring incredible discounts going on now, and get there with Liberty Cab. Your ride on time, every time. Some results from last night in the NHL playoffs. Edmonton beat Anaheim 4-3, Game 1 of their series. The Flyers beat the Penguins 2-0. Carolina beat Ottawa 3-2 in double overtime, and Dallas beat Minnesota 4-2. The Bills began their voluntary veteran minicamp yesterday. Quarterback Josh Allen, general manager Brandon Beane, and head coach Joe Brady all spoke with the media. In case you missed that, you can find it on demand at WGR550.com. Looking around the NFL, Seahawks general manager John Schneider said the team will be looking to move back in this year's draft. 49ers general manager John Lynch said the team has discussed a possible Brandon Ayuk trade. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports free agent wide receiver Odell Beckham Jr. worked out for the Giants on Monday, and Puka Nacua was present for the first day of the Rams' offseason program. In baseball, the Blue Jays beat the Angels 5-2. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Game day, Game 2, Sabres and Bruins, 7:30 puck drop, or a little bit after that probably. Tonight at KeyBank Center, game, of course, here on WGR. Joining us on the Western Hotline is Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. Lindy, good morning. Jeremy and Joe.
Morning, gentlemen.
Well, that's fun. Game 1 is pretty fun, Lindy. I mean, did you enjoy the experience?
Game 1 was pretty fun. Great finish to that game. Hard game from start to finish. I thought the fact that we were able to stay with it, win some battles down low, create some good opportunities there late, and, take advantage of a real good forecheck that led to 3 goals and ended up with winning in our books.
Lindy, you've got tons of playoff experience around the league. With the Sabres, you're 15-4 now in the first game of a series. And I wonder if, as you've done this over the years, series, of course, they have a life. They live and they breathe, up to 7 games. Do you find Game 1 to be any certain type of way? Like, why 15-4 in 19 Game 1s with the Buffalo Sabres? Like, I don't know if it's a formula, whatever it is, but is Game 1 different?
I don't know if it's different. I think you have lots of time usually to prepare for Game 1, and you should know your opposition as good as you could possibly know them, and no different now than going into Game 2, and you ask questions like, what do you think they're going to change? What will you think they will try? That'll make this game different, and be ready for that. What can we do different to make us even better? We've gone through a list of things that we think our team can improve on, and in Game 2, knowing that the desperation level out of their team will be as high as it possibly can be. I mean, you look around the league last night, the Game 2s that were being played, the Carolina-Ottawa game, the Dallas Wild game. You just try to prepare for what you think the opposition may change, and we've got 4 or 5 areas that we've kind of looked at, and we want to try to get better at.
Could you expect that to be physical also? I know the Marco Sturm clip before the series, and then you guys came out and had the most hits that the Sabres have had in, I think it's 15 years. Could that be an area where you might think, your players would think, they're going to come out firing on all cylinders physically? Yeah,
I think we expected that for Game 1. And I think the physicality part of it is a big part of the playoffs. You look at a guy like Alex Tuck had 10 hits in the game. They probably wouldn't have expected that. The level of some of those hits are hard. Some are just making sure we're getting in front of people. It's all part of playoff hockey that you can expect the unexpected out of a lot of players. And I thought our guys did a great job with the physicality part of the game.
Tuck's 10 hits, by the way, that was a franchise record for playoffs in a game, but they've only been counting since 2006. So do you think you ever recorded 10 hits in a game with this team?
A great question. I don't know if I have the answer to that, but,
it's possible.
Sometimes it depends on the building. There's buildings in the past that you look at the game sheet after the game and you think you've had 20 or 30 hits, and the hits will be 11 to 7, and the building, or the people that chart the hits in that building, I think you have to get taken out by ambulance to get credit for a hit sometimes.
Right. There's hitting, and I wonder what you would say to the value of it in a series, because I think you would expect playoff start, everybody's just hitting everybody, but I mean, some of those hits, I don't know if Tuck got credit for one on the play behind the net on the second Thompson goal. But what would you say to why hitting and hitting with a purpose versus just running around and kind of hitting anything that moves?
Well, I mean, hitting is with a purpose. Really, there's if you run around out of position and try to hit, it's really going to hurt you. The purpose is try to separate the opposition from the puck a lot of times, or if he's just let the puck go, it's to stop him from joining the play. Really, that's the purpose of almost all the hits. And I think the fact that in a 7-game series, you never know how long it's going to get. The continuing bumping and slowing people down, it wears on you. If you can get in front of people and make them stop and start, the energy that a player has to use is a lot greater. And there should be a purpose. Purpose is to try to wear your opposition down, like a running game in football. Keep running them over, keep being physical, put it down their throat, and keep going.
Lindy, a lot of the talk after game one, of course, is the comeback, the quick nature of the goals coming one after the other. Do you feel like that was, of course, it was earned by your team? Do you feel like it was a payoff of the way you'd been playing for the previous 50 minutes? A lot of what the chatter, I think, is that for 50 minutes, Boston was happy with how they played, but through those 50 minutes, you're out shooting them, out possessing the puck. Were you reasonably happy with how things had gone outside of the scoreboard through 50 minutes?
For sure. I think they took advantage of a little bit of a fortunate bounce on their first chance. That was their first chance of the game that ended up going in. We blocked a shot. The puck went right back to them. And it was a good shot by I think Geeky was the guy that scored that goal. So, a little bit fortunate, but they took advantage of that. We knew that we were going to have to get in deep, get pucks behind them and forecheck them and probably create more of our chances off of forecheck than anything else. And to that point, I felt good that as long as we kept getting pucks in behind, we could wear them down.
Do you feel like the game will change against this team depending on who scores first? I mean, the way that you guys can skate, can open things up. This happens a lot in any other sport where if you were to get the first goal, maybe the game just opens in a different way than if they score the first goal.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's just the first goal. I think if you get, a couple goal lead, that really changes the way another team has to look at it. I know it does for us. A lot of teams, you have to get your defense a lot more involved. You have to put more risk in your game to help create some chances. And, you pick that time you want to do it, whether you want to do that early on in the game. If you're down by a goal or 2 goals, that is a decision that, most coaches will make with their team.
Lindy Ruff with us on the Western Hotline. Lindy, especially in the playoffs, feels like your best players have to be your best players. And Thompson, of course, with his 2 goals. Samuelsson, though, feels like he also is worthy of being discussed in this light because he's been that good all year. And there's the goal, but how did you feel about how great he was, I think, in the defensive area and the physical part of the game for him, too?
I thought from a physical front, he had some punishing hits in the game. And, when I'm talking about hits that are going to wear an opposition down, there was a couple hits that the players that he hit got up, and they were slower to recover, I would say. And then you look at him jumping up the ice, keeping pucks alive, getting involved on the offensive side. I think you could look at the game that, we tie at 2-2 and you'd be happy thinking, oh, you got 3 minutes left, you're happy. Get the game to overtime. We just kept pushing, and his read on the play when Quinn beat his man out of the corner was a great read. But from the start of the game to the finish, I thought Samuelsson rock solid.
Quinn, the setup there, his game, it feels like, has grown a lot, especially the second half of this year. You mentioned he beats the man. He even said, I think yesterday, that he realized that Zacha didn't have a stick and sidestepped him there, and maybe that's how the play all broke down. But it feels like Quinn's been playing that way a lot lately.
Yeah, his puck possession has been really good. And if you look at the number of times he gets to the inside and creates his own chances, he's the one guy that has some great deception with hanging onto the puck and, curl and drag and create a better either passing situation or shooting situation. And coming out of the corner and realizing that Zacha didn't have a stick, I just think he felt that was going to be an easy one-on-one to beat and then just find the next play. I think what was important in the last 10 minutes is we did find the next play. We won the battles, but we found the next play, whether it was get to net front or, find the open man.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff joining us. He's on the Western Hotline here, Sabres and Bruins tonight. Lindy, Owen Power's minutes were down a bit. Was it just something you saw in the game, and what'd you think of his first playoff game?
I can be honest with you right here that I wouldn't have realized his minutes were down. Mm-hmm. It had nothing to do with what went on in the game, for sure. Sometimes it plays out the way it does, and a guy's minutes will be marginally higher, marginally lower. But overall, for a first playoff game, I thought he gave us a good performance. There's things that we can do better to a man. We know we can do better, but I thought for a first game for a lot of players, it was a good showing.
What did you think of your third pair? We've spent so much time on what that would look like just because there's so many guys as options. What did you think of Stanley and Timmins in their game?
They gave us the minutes we needed with physicality. I thought the defending was good. So overall, that pair gave us what we wanted. Good on the PK, and I thought physically they gave us what we needed going into that game.
And what about in goal, Lindy? I don't know what you saw from Luukkonen in totality. It looked like he maybe settled into the game more and more as it went on, and he made, of course, some big saves, but that's his first playoff game too, and I don't know how different it is for a goalie versus a player when it's your first time in that type of environment. But how did you feel like Luukkonen came out of it?
I thought he came out well. I've been asked the question, is his first game, and how would I think he would possibly feel pretty nervous with the start of the game, but not seeing a lot of pucks, and then facing that first really weird opportunity where all of a sudden you're getting a shot blocked, the angle's getting changed. There really wasn't much he could do. I thought if it wasn't for his big saves on the Pastrnak on the couple times he got in behind our defense, we might not have had an opportunity to get back in the game. So I gave him an A+ for his performance.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. Lindy, the power play, you said there's some things you can do better. To my ear, it sounds like throughout this slump the power play is in, you don't seem to be all that concerned. Would you say that's right, that you feel like things will figure it out?
Well, I would use this kind of comparison. Boston, they get a power play goal on, it was just a fling a puck at the net 6-on-4 late, and then you can look at their numbers and say, well, their numbers are going to be better than ours. I really liked our first power play. We didn't do a good job of solving pressure. I think they came they came with a lot of pressure, and their stand at the line was really good. We didn't do a good job solving that. The first power play we did, and you saw how good it looked. We had a couple great opportunities. We had the two net front, end up where we pushed the goaltender into the net. You're going to have, and at this time of the year, especially in the playoffs, if you want to look around, you have some of the best penalty-killing teams. I find that a lot of the best penalty-killing teams it's a reason that you get in the playoffs. Now it's our job to solve it, make some subtle adjustments and solve their pressure and be better on night two.
Just on the atmosphere, Lindy, of the game, to go back to that, you had made a comment about like how it ranks for you all time after the game. I don't know, like I think of the Dumont goal, Game 3 in 06. Like there have been a few crowds like that last night, but it's hard to top, especially the pop the crowd got after the Samuelsson goal.
I think it was hard to top. You can remember certain goals, the Finneganoff goal, the Dumont goal. Some of the really big goals at critical time. I think there was a goal we scored. Drury scored late on a power play against the Rangers. There's goals that have really set the building off. The one game where I really remember how loud it got was it was like the 8-0 game that we beat Philly in our building.
Game 2,
06.
8-2, whatever it is.
There's a couple big wins over Philly. There's another one in there, like 7-0.
But I think Game 2 was like maybe 5-something in the first period, especially.
Yeah. So, I mean, the building got to get incredibly loud. Our fans, they can, I asked them to crank it up a little. I think they did.
Yeah. Well, tonight, Game 2, and I'm sure the fans are eager to do it once again. And best of luck tonight.
Thanks. Looking forward to it.
Lindy Ruff,
Thanks, Lindy.
Sabres head coach on the Western Hotline. Sabres and Bruins for Game 2. There's a game playoff series. I got to find the right series here because they played the Flyers a handful of times. Isn't there a 7-0 win over a Roman Czechmonic Flyers team?
2001?
Yeah.
Maybe.
All-time playoff history here. Yeah, here we go. I'll find it.
I'm guessing that's going to be 0-1 in the first round. Yeah, they won
8-2.
They won 8-0 Game 6 to win the series.
How about this? 25 years ago today.
Yeah,
is 8-0 over the Flyers. 2001
to win the series.
That's
imagine tonight to win the series 8-0.
That'd be fun.
Wow. Grattan, Gilmore, Audette, Andrechuk got the scoring going in the first period. Look at Andrechuk.
Yeah.
In stint number 2.
Dumont, Steve Hines, Dumont, and then Grattan again. 8-0.
Yeah, I guess there's a couple blowout wins over Philly. Because I'm too young for that one. But, man, that 8-2 win or whatever it was, Game 2 against the Flyers in 06 was just a party.
I checked, and
awesome.
there were 19 minor penalties called in that
19?
game. 19 minor penalties.
Wow.
And 5 of them were called, like, with 4 minutes left. There was a scrum. So before that, 14 minor penalties called in the first 50 minutes of that game.
Yeah.
In 06. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550.
Yeah, Czechmonic. 5 goals allowed on 9 shots pulled.
Not ideal.
Tough night.
Not ideal. I'm looking at the Money Pucks rankings of the goalies to this point, and Swayman, let's bring in our senior goaltending correspondent, Owen Parker here. The second Tage goal. Saw a lot of discourse about this second Tage goal because he goes 5-hole. This is the goal that ties it up when he comes out from behind the net and kind of gets a good spot here. And when he shoots it, the 5-hole is not open.
No.
So you had said something about Swayman in the scouting report that like that's where maybe the Sabres could get him. Were you, when you're talking about that, were you suggesting betting that he'll open it? Like what happens there? He's expecting it to go high, so he's prepping for that. The Boston defender did have a stick in the area.
Yeah.
Like what happens on that Swayman kind of opens up for Tage?
There's a couple of things that I think may have happened there. So I'm not in Swayman's head, so I don't know this for sure. But looking at it,
it's pretty bang too. So
right, it's quick. The first thing I think is he's coming from off his post. He's in his RVH, so it means he's down on his pads. And then he is going, and he doesn't get up on his feet right away when Tage takes the puck. He stays down on his pads, and that's the standstill photo that we're talking about where that is not there. there comes a moment where Tage, if he takes it too far to the middle, the goaltender should get to his feet because more of the net is open. You've got to get ready to cover more of the net. So I see there Swayman thinking, oh boy, he's got so much reach here. He could take this to the middle further, and then if I'm still down on my pads, I'm in trouble.
Which is what he did against Chicago like 3 games ago.
Right.
Yeah, and then he went all the way across and shot back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And this one, he recognizes, I think what I see here is he sees Swayman start to get up, and he goes, he's not going to be able to get back down. Because he's in the process of lifting that pad up, and he just rolls his wrist over and throws it right in the middle of the net, which is super smart. It's a goal scorer's goal of understanding the transition period between going into the post and getting up out of it. That's a very vulnerable spot for goaltenders to be in.
Yeah.
If you have the puck in a shooting position when a goaltender is either getting up off of his post or getting into it, it is never a bad idea to throw it in because there's so many moving parts to what's happening there. And I think that's kind of what he did. There also looks like it could have been his stick got touched just enough to like kind of redirect the shot low by the Bruins defender in the middle that kind of went to poke check him. It's very tough to tell whether that was like didn't really matter and Thompson was shooting there anyway, or if Thompson was going to try and fire it up high and that kind of redirected his stick enough. There's no way to really know that. But from Swayman's perspective, I think he got caught in between being on his post and not.
Yeah. Tage, if there's, a lot of things he does really well. One thing he does really well is in a spot like that, he does not panic.
No.
He is really patient to shoot the puck. And, maybe in that scenario, whatever, if he gets a little lucky or he's looking for that. But when he gets the puck in a position like that, he is not someone to rush. Like, time slows down for him.
I think the same is true of his first goal, the wraparound goal.
Yeah.
Like that is a crazy amount of skill he showed off. That puck is all the way in his feet. That guy's 6'6". Like, that is a very tight move that he pulls off super fast, puts the puck between his feet, gets it right out, and like he put that wraparound in as quickly as humanly possible, and like Swayman was still almost there. If he takes any more time there, that is not a goal. Swayman gets his foot on that post, and it's a jam play at best. Mm-hmm. And that it was really impressive by him, both those goals. Just leading the way.
803-0550 if you want to talk about it. Party in the Plaza tonight, it'll be like 48 degrees for Canal Side and the Party in the Plaza, all that. Not supposed to rain. Kind of nice, nice-ish. It was cold this morning.
It was, but it'll get, I think it'll be fine. It'll be good by tonight.
35 now.
There were fans that took their shirt off, I know, at the Party in the Plaza Canal Side.
In the snow and the hail?
In the snow, so today will be a little bit better for that.
At puck drop tonight's schedule, the forecast, it's like 50s, 52. That's nice.
Yeah, that's...
What do you think, shorts? You gonna rock shorts?
I wore shorts this morning by mistake. Thought it was
by mistake.
I looked at...
What does that mean?
It was a quick wake-up, and I
thought they were pants?
You couldn't feel them on your legs?
I saw the 55. No.
Imagine he walks out of his car, he's like, wait, these aren't pants.
This was a mistake.
Where'd the rest of my pants go?
Just it was very cold walking into the building this morning.
Yeah, you'll be fine walking out, though. Like, by the time we get out of here this morning, it's going to be 41.
I don't know if I'm feeling shorts tonight. 52?
The last time you wore them, it was like 45.
Yeah, but I'd committed to that beforehand already, and I couldn't back out because it was supposed to be like 70.
That was the Tampa game, right?
That was the Tampa game.
That's a good omen.
So I have to wear shorts every time I go to the arena for the rest of the time?
Have you been to a game since that they've lost?
Yes, and I was wearing pants.
Shorts is.
The Washington game where they gave up a goal with like a minute
one of
left.
their 2 losses in the last 6 months?
I was going to say, there's not many you could have been to. I was at the Washington game.
Looks like it's going to be a shorts day for you.
It also was very windy for the Tampa game. Yes, is it going to be windy today?
I don't think so.
If it's not going to be windy, then maybe I'll do it. Yeah. All right, yeah, why not? Shorts. Let's do it.
Into it. Winds will be... it's fine. It'll be totally fine.
Why'd you bail on the number? What's the number?
Because the gusts. It'll gust.
I want to know the gusts.
All right, fine. It'll gust at about 16.
Okay, that's not nothing.
But the wind itself...
That's something.
No, the wind itself is less than 10.
But when there is a gust, and there will be gusts, it's on the water. The river's right there, as we know. The lake, too.
We're going to be inside. Where are we going? We got to figure out a spot we're going to go.
Well, that's what I mean. And that could be outside.
We could.
They'll have a party in the Plaza again tonight, right? Or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, they
All
will.
I know is I got to know if the guys on rollerblades and the Ristolainen jerseys are going to be. I need to dap those guys up on the way in.
I think they have to be. They have to be back. Can you bring your own rollerblades to this and just like everybody start? Should I bring rollerblades? See, if I'm wearing shorts though, I'm not doing both of those things because if I fall on the street
That's not
without
fun.
any knee
You
protection,
only do that, yeah.
I think that it's entirely possible that we see a full-blown roller hockey game break out at the party in the plaza tonight. I feel like there's going to be
great.
like 30 people that
Yeah.
bring rollerblades
So what you're
tonight
saying
because
is
those guys.
bring the rollerblades and bring your stick.
Right.
Is what you're saying.
Some pucks. Like
The rally towel for tonight's game is a picture of a wagon.
Yep.
That's pretty solid.
That's
Yes.
good.
Gonna make sure I bring that and put that up here in the studio. We need to get all the decorations from all the games up in here. That's the plan I've got. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. Good morning. We'll talk with Joe Haggerty on the Bruins and their approach maybe to Game 2, what they'll want to do differently. Tonight is Game 2, 7:30, a little bit later than that. Puck drop against the Bruins at KeyBank Center. We, of course, hear the game here on WGR. 803-0550, 1-888-552-550. We were going to get to something. We're going to do our waiver claims for who's going to bang the drum. Who's going to bang the drum tonight? Game 2. I think it's going to be, a lot of people seem to think it's going to be Josh Allen. Pete Goalie had a tweet with a drum emoji in it about a special guest.
It's hard to imagine if you were there that you wouldn't he's obviously your priority one to be if he's in attendance.
Yeah.
He's not going to be in attendance and not bang the drum. Unless he just doesn't want to do it. But why wouldn't you want to do it?
You could hand it off. You could say,
Should
there you
you
go.
do it-
You hand it off to James Cook, and James Cook bangs the drum. Perfect. James Cook not on
If
anybody's
that happens, Joe's not getting credit.
No, that's right. That's right.
You got to be the drum. You got to be the guy that bangs the drum.
803-0550 to join us. 1-888-552-550.
What if he goes like wrestling style, like puts his head through the drum? Does that count?
Yes.
That counts.
Although you really wouldn't get much of a cadence to that if you break the drum.
No, the
Right.
reverb's gone.
I think you should lose points. Actually,
Don't break the drum.
Lose points.
Yeah, if he breaks, if someone put their head through the drum,
It'd
I
be
think
bad.
you should lose 10 points.
803-0550. Will Joe Brady be there? If he is, I bet he's wearing shorts. He's a shorts guy.
Well, that's definite. Yeah,
You're still deciding if you're going to do the shorts?
I'm leaning yes.
All right.
I'm leaning yes.
803-0550. Give us a ring. We'll get to your calls on the other side. And Joe Haggerty on the Bruins at 9 here on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official sportsbook. You got a minute for me to push back on a narrative that Boston is trying to sell?
Okay.
Did they play a perfect game for 50 minutes? Why does anybody think they played a perfect game for 50 minutes?
No.
I keep hearing that. We played perfect for 50 minutes.
You're hearing that?
Yes. Marco
Interesting.
Sturm said it. Boston media is saying it. We just played a perfect game and then collapsed.
Well,
there's definitely some collapse in there. But you tell me for tonight, line it up. You want to get outshot 36-18 through 50 minutes? You want that? Like, I'll sign up for that. Perfect. That's your perfect game, is to get ragdolled, to get out-hit, out-chanced, out-skated, outshot, but be winning 2-0 because of, like, a couple bounces? That's perfect? Okay.
Well,
okay.
I think that is right now, Boston Bruins hockey, perfect Boston Bruins hockey
Is happen.
looks like the first 50 minutes of that game.
You happen to have the lead.
Right, like because they're not very good, and they are gonna grit their way and goaltend their way to we have the lead, and that's to me their season. That's a reason they're 28th in the league in expected goals for share. Like they are used to being controlled in a way that they were in the first 50 minutes of that game, but working their way to the 2-0 lead.
There is something in their numbers about that, like their PDO, their puck luck. They're very high. The Sabres are high too, but Boston is also very high.
Yeah.
Like they don't necessarily need the puck to score a lot, but okay, then it's their version of perfect. Because,
right, that's what I mean. Because they're accustomed to that this year. I think it's the mark of a team that's not very good, but you look at like they've been outshot by 100 on the season, and shot attempts they've been outshot by 200 on the year. Like just they are used to the team being the team that doesn't have the puck as often.
Yeah.
So for them, that's not really new. The Sabres had the puck for 50 minutes and they were cycling around, and like I think that is what the Bruins are used to because they're not that talented.
Well, then I might want to hear.
I think the idea that they're selling that's a perfect game in general is nuts.
I might want to hear them and the Boston media then sell that instead of perfect as
just in general perfect.
Just instead sell it as like we were happy with how we were playing, as opposed to perfect.
Yeah, right.
Perfect is pretty strong.
Those are two very different things.
I feel like perfect, you might be up 3-0, 5-0, 8-0. Perfect? Lindy, Owen Power's minutes were down a bit. Was it just something you saw in the game? And what'd you think of his first playoff game?
I can be honest with you right here that I wouldn't have realized his minutes were down. Mm-hmm. It had nothing to do with what went on in the game, for sure. Sometimes it plays out the way it does, and guys' minutes will be marginally higher, marginally lower. But overall, for a first playoff game, I thought he gave us a good performance. There's things that we can do better to a man. We know we can do better, but I thought for a first game for a lot of players, it was a good showing.
What did you think of your third pair? We've spent so much time on what that would look like just because there's so many guys as options. What did you think of Stanley and Timmins in their game?
They gave us the minutes we needed with physicality. I thought the defending was good. So overall, that pair gave us what we wanted. Good on the PK, and I thought physically they gave us what we needed going into that game.
There's hitting and I wonder what you would say to the value of it in a series, because I think you would expect playoff start, everybody's just hitting everybody, but I mean some of those hits, I don't know if Tuck got credit for one on the play behind the net on the second Thompson goal, but what would you say to why hitting and hitting with a purpose versus just running around and kind of hitting anything that moves?
Well, I mean, hitting is with a purpose. Really, there's if you run around out of position and try to hit, it's really going to hurt you. The purpose is try to separate the opposition from the puck a lot of times, or if he's just let the puck go, it's to stop him from joining the play. Really, that's the purpose of almost all the hits. And I think the fact that in a 7-game series, you never know how long it's going to get. The continuing bumping and slowing people down, it wears on you. If you can get in front of people and make them stop and start, the energy that a player has to use is a lot greater. And there should be a purpose. Purpose is to try to wear your opposition down, like a running.
Back, Game 2 tonight. The Sabres host the Bruins at 7:30 from KeyBank Center, and they head out for Game 3 on Thursday. Game 3 live on WGR at 7 p.m. Thursday. Round 1 of the 2026 NFL Draft can be heard live on News Radio 930 WBEN. You can hear every pick beginning at 7 p.m., hosted by WGR's Nate Geary, Zach Jones, and Derek Kramer. WGR is your home for every moment of the Sabres playoff run. Grab your Let's Go Buffalo playoff signs now and take it to your watch party to show your Sabres love. Get one at Lenco Supplies featuring incredible discounts going on now, and get there with Liberty Cab. Your ride on time every time. Some results from the playoffs last night. Edmonton beat Anaheim 4-3 in Game 1 of their series. The Flyers beat the Penguins 2-0. Carolina beat Ottawa 3-2 in double overtime, and Dallas beat Minnesota 4-2. The Bills, they began their voluntary veteran minicamp yesterday. Quarterback Josh Allen, general manager Brandon Beane, and head coach Joe Brady all spoke with the media. In case you missed that, you can find it on demand at WGR550.com. Looking around the NFL, the Cowboys made Brandon Aubrey the highest paid kicker in the NFL with a 4-year, $28 million deal. 49ers general manager John Lynch said the team has discussed a possible Brandon Ayuk trade. NFL Network's Ina Rappaport reports free agent wide receiver Odell Beckham Jr. worked out for the Giants yesterday, and Puka Nacua was present for the first day of the Rams' offseason program. In baseball, the Blue Jays beat the Angels 5-2. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
That's Katie Nolan. The Bruins really had like heartbreak the last couple years.
The poor Bruins lost in the second round once.
They missed last year. They've not made it to the
Poor Boston.
Hold on. They haven't made it to the conference finals since they lost in the Stanley Cup.
Which was how long ago?
2019.
Ooh, it's been 7 years.
Yeah.
Get lost with the conference finals.
They've lost
7 years.
They've lost 2 Stanley Cup finals since winning the cup in 2010-11.
You know that they really haven't won
as much as
you'd think for how long they were good.
That might be right.
They were good for 15 years. One cup is fine.
They made 3 cup finals.
Yeah, they won their cup like right at the beginning of it.
Yeah,
and then like Pasternak hasn't won the cup.
803-0550 on tonight's Game 2, Sabres and Bruins. Game 2.
4:30 is the start of Party in the Plaza. Doors open at 5:30.
Okay.
And you mentioned the rally towels. There'll be a wagon rally towel.
What are you looking for different from Game 2? From Game 1? What do you like? What's on your wish list? Let's put together a Game 2 wish list, or a prediction, whatever you're thinking.
I want to see Luukkonen look a little bit more solid throughout the entirety of the game. I think that would give me more confidence for him for the whole series and for the whole playoffs. And beyond that, I just want to see them get to the middle of the ice more. That's it. But otherwise, I loved how they played. They were physical. They had the puck all night long. They looked fast. I thought they were able to expose some holes in the Bruins defense core, pressuring them, forechecking them. They were not able to handle it, especially in the third period. And I would be looking for more of that. So mostly what they did in Game 1. But yeah, Luukkonen was scaring me a bit in the first period.
Yeah.
And I just most games recently, he's not even really giving you a lot of those moments. Even, not even necessarily giving a goal up. But, he didn't know where the puck was here, and you got lucky that it went off his leg and didn't go in. There haven't been a lot of those. So I could use it, and wouldn't you guess this probably does happen? Nerves get out, and you played your first playoff game, and it was a hockey game, and now you settle into Game 2, and
now it's the same team, and
it's the same.
Play
team.
him again.
The other thing would be, Lindy mentioned this in his post-game presser, or maybe mentioned it the day after the game. Pasternak is trying to get behind them, And that could be a mind game, too. That could be, I'm going to try to get your defenseman to not be as aggressive because I'm always going to be cheating the zone. Like, I'm going to dare you. Go ahead, pinch. Try to play aggressive with your defenseman, having them that low, and watch how many breakaways I get in the series. Like, to me, that battle, not even him scoring on it, just him getting behind you because you're that aggressive with your back end. That's going to be a tug and pull, I think, all series long, because he does have a reputation for that. Like, he will know when to get out of the zone and get behind the D, and he gets a lot of breakaways that way. And he got 2 in game 1. Like, you can't have that happen again.
My wish list, is it too easy to say, like, the power play looks better? The power play
See, I didn't include that because
it's too obvious.
Well, not even that. Like, I don't believe it's going to happen.
I feel like
I'm sick of yelling for 3 years about their power play needs to be better. It's never better.
This year, it was middle of the pack while looking bad, but the numbers were there middle of the pack. Right now, it looks bad, and it's not middle of the pack. It's over 26. So
they ended the season 20th. Is that middle of the pack?
Right,
but they did drop in the final month.
Right, exactly. For a good portion of the season, they were 15th.
That's right.
And we thought, like, there's no way there are 16, 17 teams worse than this power play. So,
but remember,
look a little better.
There were numbers. That is just how often you score. And, like, our eyes have been telling us all year
that it's
when they were 15th, like, there's no way they're 15th. And then you look at, like, how many scoring chances they create for how often they're on the power play, and they're, like, dead last.
Yeah, well.
Like, they honestly, as crazy as it might sound, they've gotten lucky this year on the power play. For the amount of chances they've had, they shouldn't have scored as much as they did.
Right.
So, like, I actually think this is more representative of how good they are than when they were, 15th, 16th for a bunch of months in a row.
Luke in Silver Creek is up. Hey, Luke, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Go Sabres.
Go Sabres.
So we had a blast Sunday night there. We were all doing our best to test the structural integrity of the second floor of Southern Tier after the Sammy Snipe. But I just wanted to ask you guys, so with the Sabres finally being back and kind of in the zeitgeist of Buffalo right now, do you guys feel like, is there any chance that, Josh Allen, Brandon Beane, even Joe Brady now, like, do they feel like a sense of relief of any kind of pressure now that, the eyes, the hyperfixation isn't totally on them throughout the entire calendar year? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think that's very possible for the draft. Like, we're not going to microanalyze if Beane makes a move to move down 4 spots. Did they get enough on the draft value chart on Friday morning if the Sabres have just, gone up 3-0 on the Bruins or whatever? Like, that game has something to come out of it. So maybe in the very, very short term, but once the Bills get back to work, the Sabre season will be over, and the pressure's right back on for the Bills. Hopefully, like, if you're saying, like, could Beane be, I don't use the term suckered here, if he wants to say, I got to make sure I steal back the headlines on Friday morning. Here's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to trade up to 17th overall and select, player X, which, by the way, I did pull up the draft value chart, and next year's second. Right? Like, how high could next year's second get you? If we don't think they're picking in the same spot.
It's a good draft.
It is.
It's a good draft.
Let's say they have the 30th pick in next year's draft. That's worth about 300 points. That moves you up to 17th, 18th on the draft value chart. And if it is a weaker draft, and if there are fewer teams that have high grades, prices should be lower. You should be able to get bargains to move up if you want to move up.
Right. Like, if I'm Pittsburgh, they're at 21. If I'm Pittsburgh, I don't think this is how Pittsburgh acts. I'm thinking about next year and how am I going to get a quarterback. And the Bills call me and say, yeah, I want to move up 5 spots. I want to give you a second-round pick next year. If I'm Pittsburgh, I'm thinking, great, that's only going to help me. My mission for next year should be to get a quarterback. So if I have an additional second, it's only going to help me move up and get one. So sure, yeah, I'll move down 5 spots this year.
Yeah, maybe the Bills move up, maybe down. We'll see. We'll be there for a draft party. Brightsmith Brewing, Thursday night. Go to brightsmithbrewing.com. Click right there. Buy a ticket. It's a ticketed event, but come on out. Joe and I will be there watching the game, the Sabres game, Game 3, and the draft as well. Big-time watch party. Jeff in Vermont, quick before the break. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, guys. Great to be on with you. Love your program. 2 quick things. One, as an out-of-towner, super jealous of everybody in Buffalo. I remember I was 8 years old in 1975. My dad, who hated hockey, had season tickets, and we were at the game when the Flyers beat the Sabres for the Cup and up in the Blues and the old odd. My other point, listening to Katie Nolan's comments and Kachuk's earlier, made me reflect on this theory I have, which is that you talk to anybody outside of Buffalo and they tell you who their favorite team is, football or hockey, but then they say, but Buffalo's my second favorite team. I feel like we're everybody's second favorite team, and I never know if that's patronizing or something we should be flattered by. Love your thoughts.
I think it's very easily explained, which is I find it easy to root for a fan base that has never won. Like when Cleveland did this with LeBron, nobody's mad at us, right? Isn't that it?
Yeah.
Nobody's mad. We didn't a Buffalo team never broke another team's heart in the championship game, at least in the modern era. We don't have Mahomes crushed the Niners in overtime. We don't have Brady dropped 6 Super Bowls with New England and ripped the hearts of Eagles fans out. And who else did they beat along the way?
What's the most heartbreaking moment for an opposing fan base against a Buffalo team?
Right. There are some, but they're not far enough along. You know?
No, it's right. It's New England in the first round of the playoffs.
Right. And
football.
who is that against who doesn't have a championship? Like if the Sabres were to break the Bruins' hearts in this round, the Bruins were like, well, I mean, we got a cup in 2011. Like
maybe for a few years there was some with Toronto in the conference finals in '99, but I don't feel that anymore.
But I don't think there's a really high profile us ripping of the heart of another team that also hasn't won. So that kind of makes us, and team congeniality. They seem like nice people over there, and they like to party.
I think that's a part of it too. It's look how much they care, look how much they enjoy it, and look how much they care. And there is probably some envy in that. Yeah, I think with some fans. Well, and there would be like those people deserve one. And that can even get back to, by the way, the Bills question about like pressure being like, hey, there are 2 teams here that could win it. And it's like all the T-shirts, one before I die. Like it's just one. Doesn't matter which one. It's one. And there is a second team here that can do it. And if the Sabres start getting close, then like to me, maybe this is wrong to think this way, but I think if the Sabres won the Stanley Cup this year, that would alleviate a lot of pressure on the Bills.
You think they'd have less?
Way less. Because right now it feels like that one before I die mentality has been all on their shoulders for the last 5 years.
Yeah. Right.
And if the Sabres alleviate some of that or just eliminate it, then I think it's different.
I think the last 5, 6, 7 years is a good point because not only has it been all on the Bills, until this year, I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of Sabres fans that wondered if they would ever be good again.
Ever.
Like ever truly compete.
I wondered sometimes just like thinking around like, I wonder if the team will leave before. And like never seriously. Yeah. But like that's how dark it got.
803-0550. You get a break in, get more of your phone calls. Joe Haggerty on the Bruins coming up in the 9 o'clock segment as well. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Game 2. Lindy, Owen Power's minutes were down a bit. Was it just something you saw in the game? And what'd you think of his first playoff game?
I can be honest with you right here that I wouldn't have realized his minutes were down. Mm-hmm. It had nothing to do with what went on in the game, for sure. Sometimes it plays out the way it does. And a guy's minutes will be marginally higher, marginally lower, but overall, for a first playoff game, I thought he gave us a good performance. There's things that we can do better to a man. We know we can do better, but I thought for a first game for a lot of players, it was a good showing.
What did you think of your third pair? We've spent so much time on what that would look like just because there's so many guys as options. What did you think of Stanley and Timmins in their game?
They gave us the minutes we needed with physicality. I thought the defending was good. So overall, that pair gave us what we wanted. Good on the PK, and I thought physically they gave us what we needed going into that game.
Javon Solomon's name, the fact that it came up so many times.
Again, yeah.
Right, like Part of this draft or pre-draft process for you, me, anybody else trying to figure out what the Bills are going to do is figuring out a little bit internally how they feel about their own guys in roles. We could make this about Keon Coleman, how confident they are there. They talk a big game. Javon Solomon, it sounds like they feel like he's got a good role here, right? Dorian Williams, because however they feel about the guys in the building is no doubt going to maybe affect a coin flip when they're on the clock at 26 or 91 about what player they might take. Like, well, we have these two players even. We have a much bigger need at this position because we feel pretty good about Javon Solomon. How much of this Solomon chatter do you buy in terms of what they really think he could still be?
I buy a lot of it, Jeremy, because as you guys probably remember and know, for the last month, this is a guy's name who's just been coming up all the time from the Bills. And I don't think it's just randomly, and they're not like pumping his value to trade him or anything like that, right? It's when he was drafted, there was a comment that was made even by Brandon Beane. I don't have it handy, but someone pointed out, and I said, yeah, that's right. I remember that. When he was drafted, there was some sort of comment right after the draft, maybe that night later, about how Beane was kind of surprised a team that ran a 3-4 didn't take him. But they liked his skill set so much, and he's versatile, and they liked him because he could do a lot of different things. So they took him, and he'll fit in as special teams. Well, here we are, 2 years into his NFL career. He's been a situational, rotational player, special teams guy, hasn't done much. Right away, I remember at the Combine this happened. At the Combine, he brought his name up unprompted, Javon Solomon. I'm like, oh, that was interesting. Like, he's talking about Javon Solomon, how he really thinks he could take a step next year. Then at the owners' meetings, we hear about Javon Solomon again. Like, oh, here we go again. Every time I turn around, I'm hearing about Javon Solomon. Yesterday, it was even more pointed than anything he had said. Matt Bove specifically asked, is there any player who could be a better fit in this system than they were in the last system and that could, take a step up? And here's his quote from Brandon Beane. My apologies. He didn't cough. I'm coughing. My apologies. He said, quote, I think an easy one is Javon Solomon. In our old defense, we would call him a designated pass rusher. I think he fits more of a 3-4 stand-up OLB or outside linebacker than a hand-in-the-dirt defensive end. I just think it's super interesting. So to your point, Jeremy, yes. I mean, that's why I have not been on the pass rush at 26 as a lot of people have been. Is it possible? Yeah. Sure, it's possible. Still depends on what you think about Michael Hoyt.
Very quick thing. If you didn't see it last night, there was a penalty shot awarded after a play was offside and a hook was called. It was only actually awarded, whatever. I don't have enough time with 20 seconds. The idea that a penalty shot was awarded because you have to call penalties after a play is offside. Some people are defending this from the NHL, saying it's, well, players would take liberties if you didn't do it that way, which I would like to point out what these liberties would be. That situation, Joe, would be a play appears to be offsides. I am the player. I'm now taking liberties on an opponent. The official's arm goes up to call a penalty on me. The only way that penalty comes off the board is if a goal is scored and reviewed and overturned. Otherwise, of course, the penalty just gets called. Sorry. Stupid stuff about the offside challenge. Praying for no offside challenges tonight. Joe Haggerty on the Bruins and Sabres, Game 2 tonight. Next.
Oh, Carolina scored. Good. Going to wait a minute. Ottawa's hanging around. Something's happening here. They go to offside review.
Oh, great.
And then
you should have called to wake me up.
I thought about texting you.
Yeah. Hey, get up quick. Your favorite thing's happening.
Yeah. Then, of course, they allow a penalty shot to still take place, even though it happened after the offside that should have stopped everything cold. Whatever. When they didn't score there, I'm like, okay, this is going to take forever. This could be triple overtime. I'm done. So I bailed right there. Once Martinook didn't score on the penalty shot. And then he actually was the one who got the winner probably like an hour and a half later.
Yeah, he did.
Just a lot of hockey earlier in the day, too.
Just to go through what you said there, so if anybody was not awake to see it.
It was ridiculous.
There was an offside review. I'm upset about it.
Did you see how ticky-tack it was, too?
Yeah.
It was so fine.
But
like, we were talking 1 pixel, maybe, that puck was offside.
And just to be clear, the player that did not score on the breakaway.
After the offside.
Yeah. Had he scored, it would not have counted.
Right.
Because it was offside. Because he did not score, the penalty counted, and he got a penalty shot.
Right, yeah.
So you got the opportunity to score a goal that
wouldn't have counted.
That would have been taken off the board.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't have been taken off the board had he scored on the penalty shot.
No.
Although, that would have been funny, too. You get the penalty shot,
and then they challenge?
And then offside review, and then they go back. I don't know. It was all ridiculous. How the clock actually went back to when the offside took place. So, theoretically, nothing should have been allowed to happen after that.
Of course.
And that would be logical.
I'm glad we found out in a game that's not the Sabres that if you are hooked on a penalty, like on a breakaway, and it's offside, don't score.
Don't score.
Don't score. If you score, they won't count it. And if you do score, if you do score, they won't count it. If you don't score, you'll get a penalty shot.
Right.
This should shut the league down for 5 hours while they change the rule.
I mean, imagine losing a playoff game like that.
The league should cease operations, have an emergency meeting, and say, oh, yeah, by the way, that's pretty dumb that's the rule.
You know, there's hitting and I wonder what you would say to, like, the value of it in a series, because I think you would expect, like, playoff start, everybody's just hitting everybody, but I mean, some of those hits, I don't know if Tuck got credit for one on the play behind the net on the second Thompson goal, but what would you say to, like, why hitting and, like, hitting with a purpose versus just running around and kind of hitting anything that moves?
Well, I mean, hitting is with a purpose. Really, there's if you run around out of position and try to hit, it's really going to hurt you. The purpose is try to separate the opposition from the puck a lot of times, or if he's just let the puck go, it's to stop him from joining the play. Really, that's the purpose of almost all the hits. And I think the fact that in a 7-game series, you never know how long it's going to get. The continuing bumping and slowing people down, it wears on you. If you can get in front of people and make them stop and start, the energy that a player has to use is a lot greater. And there should be a purpose. Purpose is to try to wear your opposition down, like a running game in football. Keep running them over, keep being physical, put it down their throat, and keep going.
Who's ready to run it back? Sabres, Bruins, Game 2 tonight, 7:30 from KeyBank Center, before heading out for Game 3 on Thursday. With Game 3 live on WGR at 7 p.m. this Thursday, Round 1 of the 2026 NFL Draft can be heard live on News Radio 930 WBEN. Hear every pick beginning at 7 p.m., hosted by WGR's Nate Geary, Zach Jones, and Derek Kramer. WGR is your home for every moment of the Sabres playoff run. You can grab your Let's Go Buffalo playoff signs now. Take it to your watch party to show your Sabres love. Get one at Lenco Supplies, featuring incredible discounts going on now, and get there with Liberty Cab. Your ride on time, every time. Some results from the playoffs last night. Edmonton beat Anaheim 4-3 in Game 1 of their series. Flyers beat the Penguins 2-0. Carolina beat Ottawa 3-2 in double overtime. And Dallas beat Minnesota 4-2. The Bills began their voluntary veteran minicamp yesterday. Quarterback Josh Allen, GM Brandon Beane, and head coach Joe Brady all spoke with the media. In case you missed that, you can find it on demand at WGR550.com. And around the NFL, the Cowboys, they make Brandon Aubrey the highest paid kicker with a 4-year, $28 million deal. Seahawks general manager John Schneider said the team will be looking to move back in this year's draft. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports free agent wide receiver Odell Beckham Jr. worked out for the Giants on Monday, and Puka Nacua was present for the first day of the Rams offseason program. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they beat the Angels 5-2. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
It's Jeremy White and Sneaky Joe DiBiase.
I can't decide if I want Game 2 to start right now or if I need time to recover.
Thompson comes away with it. Thompson scores!
WGR.
Game 2 tonight. Party in the Plaza will be rolling. Canal Side rolling. Better forecast. It's a Tuesday evening, of course. 7:30, 7:40 is the puck drop. And we're excited for you. You can hear the game here on WGR. 803-0550. Back to your calls in a minute. Joe Haggerty joining us on the Western Hotline. I figured we talk before series sometimes. We talk after, but in the midst of this thing that could go, as many as 7 games, wanted to talk in series on how the Bruins might be handling things mid-series. So, Bruins writer at the Boston Sports Business Journal, it's Joe Haggerty joining us. Boston Sports Journal, sorry. Joe Haggerty joining us on the Western Hotline. Joe, good morning.
Good morning. If readers at any kind of a business journal were reading my writing, I think they'd be very disappointed. So, yeah. The Boston Sports Journal. What's going on?
The business of sports, the Boston Sports Journal. Joe, Game 1, we've talked about it obviously for 2 days now. In Game 1, there's an idea that Boston played a game they liked. Whether it was a perfect game through 50 minutes, I think is up for debate. But the collapse is the big-time story. Do you feel like that's the whole story of Game 1, or is there more to it about how the game ultimately went?
I mean, I think it did reveal some things. Certainly, they had to have been happy with having a 2-goal lead in the third period. And from what I saw, I thought they really kind of went into sort of protect mode and went into a bit of a defensive shell. I know that Marco Sturm maybe has a different opinion, and some of the players don't agree with that, but that's what I saw, is they were really not forechecking at all. They were dropping into a neutral zone, sort of a trap, something to muck it up and slow things down, and they were just kind of going into protect mode with a 2-goal lead, not even trying to do much offensively. They were just trying to sort of play defense and protect the lead. And I just, that is always a philosophy in the playoffs, a style of play, even if it's just, sort of human nature to do that when you've got a 2-goal lead and it gets to like the second half of the third period. I think you're setting yourselves up for failure and for trouble, and I think that's what happened. And basically, you were just letting the Sabres, I felt like anyway, watching the game, come at them and attack with the speed and the offensive ability that they have, and just become relentless, where they were putting the puck in the Bruins zone and getting tons of chances. And it's, once you do that, you're in trouble. And it felt like they were in trouble for most of the third period because of that. So I think the bottom line is the Bruins cannot play that way when they have the defensive personnel that they do, because you saw what happens when you're relying on your defense, to defend and to get the puck out and to, have a breakout that's getting out under heavy pressure and make good plays to consistently get out under heavy pressure, get the puck out of the zone. They have a hard time doing it. And, I think that happened the last few years when you saw them against the Panthers when they were in the playoffs and they were under duress from a heavy forecheck, a physical heavy forecheck with speed and skill that can finish. And I think you saw that in the third period against Buffalo as well. And I just, the bottom line beyond that is also they were outshot 2-1 in the game. And I think Buffalo had more puck possession. And clearly I think that's going to be the type of series this is, where Buffalo's going to get a lot of shots on net, where Buffalo's going to get a lot of chances, and the Bruins are going to have to hope that they can finish on the counterattack. But that's a big blow in game one, to blow a third period lead like that and come back. I'm interested to see how they're going to do in game two with Buffalo now confidence high after that third period they put on.
Yeah. Do you feel like Marco Sturm maybe even regrets the comment he made before the series about his team being bigger and more physical when, right, like you mentioned the defenseman, it felt like in that game, especially in the third period, when the Sabres were on them with the forecheck and physical, they just didn't seem to be able to handle it well.
Yeah, and I don't think he regrets it. I think he was sort of distracting from anything else and sort of controlling the conversation with what he said. It's his first time in the playoffs, but he was in the playoffs a lot as a player. He's a very experienced guy. I know this is his first time with the Stanley Cup playoffs, but I think he was sort of controlling what everybody was going to talk about, sort of taking any of the pressure off the players to answer a lot of other questions, putting some pressure on the Buffalo Sabres to have to answer for that and talk about that. And I felt like that's what he was doing. Now, did it cause some of the Sabres players to maybe even have a little extra gear and play a little more physical and sort of be out to prove something? Maybe. I mean, Alex Tuch was a monster in that game. He was winning a ton of battles below the goal line, helped set up a bunch of goals that they scored in the third period. And, everybody was talking about Tage Thompson and him scoring the 2 goals, but Tuch had a phenomenal game, was a dominant player. So in that sense, I'm sure it helped motivate the Sabres and them to go out and prove something. But I think that's just the gamesmanship that you see in the series going back and forth. If I were Marco Sturm, what I would regret more is allowing them to sort of go into prevent mode when they were up 2-0 in the third period, because they were in the position they absolutely wanted to be in, despite those comments, until the Sabres were allowed to just come back and attack them relentlessly without the Bruins trying to have any counterattack whatsoever. And, from a Bruins perspective, I think you say to yourself, we lost a game where we blew a 2-0 lead. It was still a 1-goal game, and they had 2 breakaways for David Pastrnak. They had Morgan Geekie, which I still don't understand, giving up a point-blank shot with an open net at the end of the first period. They had a lot of really good chances in that game, despite being outshot by a large segment. And for the most part, like you said, they kind of played the game they wanted to. I think they just made tactical errors in the third period that led to them losing. So I'm sure there is positive things the Bruins are spinning here and what they're working on, but I'm also interested what you're talking about, if Marco Sturm's going to continue to try to make comments that are sort of going to control the conversation, or if he might back off because the first one didn't go his way.
Yeah. Did Morgan Geekie, by the way, explain it all, like what happened on that play, or was he asked about it? Did you seen or were attending?
No, I did not see any explanation. What I guess is he was just thinking pass and not even looking at the net. He was looking more towards the guy in front and trying to set somebody up. And he can be the Bruins can all be guilty of that sometimes, where they give up really good shooting spots and shooting attempts in places where they can score. either to try to go side to side to get the goalie moving or to just move the puck for an easy goal. When I was looking at the video, it looked to me like his head wasn't even really looking at the net. It was looking more towards the net front. And you know, with UPL leaving that much of the net to shoot at right there, obviously if he had it back, he would have done it differently. I also don't think he caught the puck cleanly, and maybe that's why he was looking to pass instead of shoot immediately. I'm sure he had no idea until it was too late that he added that much of a net to shoot out. But that was a huge swing that they didn't score on that at the beginning of the end of the first period, obviously.
Joe Haggerty joining us on the Western Hotline on the Bruins and Sabres series. Joe, the Bruins are a lot better at home this year, right? Their home record is among the best in the league, and they probably have a thought of, all right, like you said, get game 2 and then go where we are the best. What is it about their home versus road? Do you notice they play a different way when they're at home?
I do think they play with a lot more confidence. I think they get the lead early a lot, very often in games. Jeremy Swayman is good on the road, but I think he's even better at home. I think the energy they get from the crowd it puts them to a different level. And it's funny, the obviously could say the same thing about Buffalo and the energy that they bring, and you could see what was going on before the game outside the rink. Before game 1 and how frothy the crowd was inside the rink, especially in the third period once they got things going. But you could also sense a lot of the nervousness with that Buffalo Sabres crowd while that game was going on. And there was even points where they were booing the Sabres, it felt like to me. And it was just sort of an uneasy feeling when they were holding the puck for line changes, when they weren't scoring on the power play, different things that were happening. It was really interesting watching that play out. Obviously, that changed completely once they started rolling, and Tage Thompson, got them on the board with that wraparound backhand. A really nice play where it was a huge defensive breakdown for the Bruins. No defenseman and no center in front of the net when Tage Thompson has the puck, and you saw that happen a couple of times with the Bruins. But I'm as fascinated as you are with the Bruins and the home crowd that they have, or why they play so well at home and have been so dominant there. I'm fascinated by the fan reaction, being in the playoffs, Buffalo for the first time in 15 years, and how they react to their team when things are going on the ice as well.
Yeah, the booing you mentioned, that was definitely on the power play.
Yeah,
It's
we have a relationship with the power play, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, it's been tough all year.
It's complicated.
Like, it was middle of the pack, and it just didn't feel like it. But really, that was a thing that I was interested in coming into the series, because no one's been impressed by the Sabres' power play all year long, but it's not like Boston's penalty kill has been very strong either.
No, and the Bruins, the penalty kill has not been great, and they take a lot of penalties. So part of it is that they've trotted the penalty kill out there way too much, and it's been their most penalized team in the league, and were all year. So part of it has just been the overwork that the penalty kill is getting. And for the Bruins, when they get into penalty kill trouble, most of their best players aren't on the penalty kill, especially the forwards. So they sit on the ice for long periods, or sit on the bench for long periods of time, and that becomes really problematic when those guys kind of get stale on the bench and are not in the flow of the game. But you're absolutely right. I mean, that's that's definitely an area where the Sabres could get a foothold special teams-wise, is because the Bruins' penalty kill is very ordinary. It's not like a few years ago when Patrice Bergeron and Brad Marchand were hopping over the boards for the penalty kill, and Marchand was probably the most dangerous penalty killer for this era of the NHL. With all the shorthanded goals they would score, they are not like that now. They've got mostly third and fourth line guys, forward wise, that are doing the penalty kill. And like you've seen already in game 1, their defensemen can have breakdowns and things can happen out there in the D zone when they're put under pressure. So that's going to be interesting to watch. But I understand that the complicated relationship fans can have with the power play sometimes. I still remember in 2011 when the Bruins won the Cup, it was one of the worst power plays I'd ever seen in my life. But they won by virtue of how good they were 5-on-5. So that definitely happens even to the playoff teams.
Yeah. Joe, the Bruins lineup tonight, I don't know if you would expect any changes. The guy I'm wondering about is Hagens, the young prospect who had a lot of hype coming in. One, how did you feel like he played, and do you feel like he's just staying in, or could he come out?
I think he is going to stay in because I think they liked what his line was doing during the game. I mean, Marco Sturm was putting them out there in key situations in the third period, even after they'd lost the lead. I thought he might shorten the bench and they might not play at all because he plays with Fraser Minton and Marat Huznadinov, and they're all young guys. But he was still putting them out there. And from what I watched, Fraser Minton James Higgins was one of the few guys that was actually still trying to score in the third period when so many of the other Bruins players were just going into prevent mode and dropping back into that neutral zone trap instead of like forechecking or trying to be aggressive and make a play when they had the puck in the offensive zone. He, I think, had 2 of maybe 4 shots that the Bruins had for the last 16 minutes of that third period. So I would expect that Higgins is going to stay in. If the Bruins are going to make any change at all, I would think it's going to be on the back end. Andrew Peeke did not play well in that game at all, made a lot of mistakes, lost a lot of battles down low below the goal line. Maybe he's a guy that comes out. Maybe they put a guy like Jokiharju in because he's a little bit better puck mover and might help them as far as moving the puck under pressure and under a heavy forecheck. But I don't think they're going to change much at forward. I think it's more likely you're going to see changes on defense.
Joe Haggerty of the Boston Sports Journal on Twitter at HacksWithHags. Joe, thanks very much, and enjoy Game 2 tonight.
You got it, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Joe. Always a pleasure. Joe Haggerty, we get him on from time to time, talk Bruins. I'm sure we'll do it again later, maybe next week.
All right. Jokiharju tonight, maybe.
You've got a Henry Jokiharju trivia ready, don't you?
No, I do not. Do you want some Henry Jokiharju trivia?
He was traded for Alex Nylander.
Yeah, that's about the extent of it. He also scored the same amount of goals, I think, every year for the Sabres.
3?
I think so.
Just a guess.
Double check here.
3?
Okay, goals by year. 4, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3 traded.
He played that many years here?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seasons.
Absolutely not true. Could not have possibly happened.
6 seasons.
It could not have been 6 years of my life.
He averaged 22 minutes a night one of those years.
6 years?
6 years.
Man.
There was a hot minute there. It was probably for a week, right at the beginning, where I'm like, this guy's going to be Dahlin's partner for 10 years. That did not happen.
No.
He was not very good. He ended up being Power's partner for way too long. He's the guy Powers played the most in his career with by minutes.
Well, tonight...
Not threatened by... listen, if you're worried about a guy losing battles below the goal line to big physical players, I'm not sure Henry Jokiharju is going to be the solution.
No, they'd want him for... The same reason the Sabres got him however long ago is to move the puck.
Right.
Which he can
and
do.
Not be in the situation where he's getting abused by, bigger players.
Let's get to our drum banger draft waivers.
Oh, boy.
We gotta.
You have the rosters?
I have the rosters. As I have scored a point in Game 1, I have the first claim on waivers with an open roster spot. I'm going to claim Dion Dawkins, who will be at the game tonight. And maybe...
Wait, who decided he's going first? You decided you're going first?
Yeah, because I have an open spot.
We would have to... we'd have to drop first,
I've
right?
earned it.
But that's available to us. We could do that.
That's how we did former Bill, future Bill. When you got one right, you went first with waivers.
Right.
You get rewarded.
I feel like this whole
I think we ended up
game
on
is
dibs for waivers at that point, did
whole
we not?
game feels
That's actually
dirty.
right.
There
We
was
did totally do dibs.
also a loose dibs system.
Loose. You were
It was
abusing the dib system.
I just feel like this is it's pre-scripted, this whole game.
Yeah, I know.
It's dirty.
It feels wrong now.
He's got someone who told him Dion's going to yank the mallet out of
I feel like
Josh's
we
hand.
are the
That's
Washington Generals, just watching
Is
him
this-
dribble the ball around
all
over
I can
his
hear,
over our heads.
all I can hear, I'm gonna start calling you John Cooper. All these losses are because something happened to me. It's not my fault. Something happened. How could this happen to us?
In this case, though,
Let's start getting the John Cooper blast going early, right?
Yeah, I'm ready for that.
I just can't believe this happened.
Somebody call the FBI, please.
I agree.
For what?
The feds.
About this
insider
game?
trading.
Anyway, the score is 1-0 me. I have rosters. I'm picking up Dion Dawkins on waivers. This is you're drafting players people who will bang the drum at Sabres playoff games. We'll see how many there are. Anyway, my roster with the addition of Dawkins is now Ryan Miller, Jim Kelly.
He didn't have to drop Sandra Jennerette, by the way.
She could do it again.
She could do it again.
Right. Ryan Miller, Jim Kelly, Thomas Vanek,
right?
Ryan Fitzpatrick, and Dion Dawkins. It's my roster.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Callie has Josh Allen, who is a favorite to go tonight.
Heavy favorite.
If FanDuel are listing
what would
odds,
it take for a trade? You want to trade Josh Allen?
I can't trade Josh Allen. I get that's going to be my point tonight. You can throw a Wolf Blitzer
Would he
in for
trade
some
Josh
action.
Allen for my whole roster? Would be a question.
I would.
I mean, you can
wouldn't be able to take the whole roster.
Sure,
What?
you could. There's no roster limits here. In this case,
In trades.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
We're just making it up as we go along.
Joe Kelly's roster is Josh Allen, Max
Oh, it's like, what do you mean there's no I can just pick up whoever I want?
Max Afinogenov, Chad Michael Murray, Alex Tuck.
Listen, you got to
and
lay down
Wolf
the sword
Blitzer.
on Max Afinogenov. The guy's on another continent.
You want me to send you Max Afinogenov?
No, I don't want him. I don't want him.
Who's the least likely on that list? I mean,
Chad Michael Murray is the least likely.
That is not true. He is definitely
They're
not the
bringing
least
in
likely.
Chad Michael Murray for a
He's in the
playoff game.
country, at least.
Absolutely not.
He's from here.
They will ask you before they ask Chad Michael Murray.
Am I missing something? What is the?
No,
why are they not
just
asking?
not happening.
He's done it though.
He did it a month ago.
A lot of people did it in a regular season Tuesdays against the Islanders. This is the playoffs. They have standards now.
He's an act. I mean, is Bill Fichtner not on the list then? Who's a more accomplished actor?
I'm not at liberty to discuss. I just don't know the answer to the question. I've never seen Chad Michael Murray in a thing. I know who he is.
But that's you though. That's like
right.
He's been in shows. You just don't watch the shows.
One Tree Hill.
You weren't a One Tree Hill guy. Apparently,
You were.
That's what you. No, but my brother was.
I wasn't either.
Look at all these guys just not watching these shows also while complaining that I didn't watch the show. All right.
I mean, he's been in 34 episodes of Sullivan's Crossing. I mean, come on.
Did you see that?
No, I don't even know what that is.
All right.
barely even know that Chad Michael Murray's a real guy.
Chad Michael Murray bangs the drum. It goes on his IMDb page.
Right.
This is number one thing.
Oh, it's because it's a show on CTV. I don't get CTV.
Yeah.
I don't even know the difference the shows. I don't even know the channels.
Canada Television.
Does
Sorry.
anybody want to make a waiver claim? I can tell you your rosters.
Yeah, well, I've got mine in front of me.
Joe DiBiase, Sneaky Joe, has Brad May, Thurman, Joe Brady, Johnny Resnick, and Jeff Skinner. Would you like
We can
to
just add a player. We don't have to
you
drop. a guy?
No.
Okay.
I'm only allowing the rosters to go deeper if Joe wanted to trade his full roster for Josh Allen.
Right.
I feel like that should be allowed.
And you said no to that, by the way?
No.
Okay. Oh, and you want to make a pick?
Yeah. Get rid of my joke, Kevin Adams.
Oh,
pick.
I forgot. Owen's roster had Kevin Adams on
Yeah,
it.
my roster is Pat LaFontaine, Jason Palmerville, Dominic Hasek, Steve Tasker. I just dropped Kevin Adams. Give me Rob Ray.
Rob Ray. Okay.
Just see if
I think that's an upgrade. I think on the fantasy websites it'd tell you like a plus 7% boost to your dynasty score here.
Well, I'm going to keep Johnny Resnick, even though he had canceled some shows for being sick. But that was 3 weeks ago now.
That's a long haul.
All right. I'm going to drop Jeff Skinner.
Wow.
Oh.
Heartbreak.
They're not having Jeff
Heartbreak.
Skinner. They're not having Jeff
That's
Skinner
just
back.
still it's heartbreak. All right, fine.
And I am going to snag Spencer Brown.
Okay.
I like it.
I think he's a big hockey guy, and I expect him to be at like every game while he's
The
here.
Bills' offensive line is going to be there a lot. It's like when
Right, that's what I mean. And he's a good enough player and a well-known enough player.
Remember when Nashville was going deep? They went all the way to the Cup, and like the Titans' offensive line was slugging beers the whole playoffs.
And that's the other thing. I think actually Dawkins.
You might
I was
have
thinking if the line is there in general all around the drum,
And
only
who-
one person can bang.
That's right. But I think there's a chance it
could be Brown.
Please welcome the Bills' offensive line, and then who has it?
It's like Travis Clayton.
Oh,
What if they? Let's make a rule now.
No offense to Travis Clayton. It's just like the low man.
The
of
whole
totem
Bills'
pole.
offensive line is up there. Is it the first person who bangs the drum? If the second beat is handed
No,
off
it's-
to another, are there half points?
No, you get a point for everyone that bangs the drum. That's a point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm glad we established that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to make a move if possible. if
Okay,
I'm in
sure.
the order.
Ahead of your potential win tonight?
Yes, I'm going to drop Max Afinogenov.
Wow, Joe is going to be in shambles again.
There's no chance.
And I'm going to pick up Khalil Shakir, hockey guy. He was in the Sabres game. He was at the Sabres game in San Jose supporting. And he was there the other night as well.
Yeah, he was
so-
on the fans and the other night with the O lineman.
So I think there's a shot there. He's a hockey guy, it seems.
All right.
Wolf Blitzer, I'm still trying to get in touch with, see if we can get any
He
information.
tweeted
on it.
about the Sabres, so he's paying attention.
He did.
I really like the idea of them just going through and picking out the athletes that Boston hates the most and having them do they Magic Johnson maybe. Do they hate Magic Johnson?
David Tyree.
They must. David Tyree. Beautiful.
Mario
Yeah.
Manningham.
Sure. Right. Then we're just adding the Giants, I feel like.
Yeah, pretty much.
I like the Eli Manning idea.
OCU Minora.
They should have Eli Manning bang the drum in like if there's a game 5.
You're letting
What a
him in the bandwagon. He can come.
Sure. Yes.
You can't say a guy can. You can't bang the drum but not be allowed on the bandwagon.
I'm going to also make another waiver claim, if I may.
Oh, wow. Another move.
Double
dip.
I am going to drop.
Look at how seriously he's taking
I know,
this.
this is really.
This is a real thought here. I like it. I like it. That's what I want.
I'm going to drop Joe Brady.
Okay.
And I'm going to add Ryan Whitney. He said he's going to be at Game 5 at the invite of the team. I think they're going to do something content-wise.
Would they he and Bissonnette?
No.
I think. Have you seen both of them have done that stuff before in a pair?
I'm taking Whitney because he said he got invited by the team to Game 5. I don't know. Like, there's like, what did they do with Bissonnette? He like sat in a chair and they did a video where they shot pucks at him.
Rob duct taped him to a chair.
So maybe
they put
they'll
his
do
stats up.
They might do something joking like that, but just because he's going to be there, I want to take a stab at maybe he could get to banging the drum.
I feel like that is running a risk of the Sabres fans uniting and booing him.
Or having no idea who he is. You're talking about
Whitney?
like a
I mean, he's on the billboard now. The face is out there for sure.
He's on 2 billboards.
Yeah, 2.
There's one by the arena and there's the other one up the.
He's known enough that I think people would know.
Okay.
No, I would agree with you to some extent though. Like of the people we have on these lists, he's probably last in terms of like fame in the community.
Maybe.
But I think it's enough.
Are we allowed to continue making waiver claims? Because
You think he's more? You think he? Wait,
Yes.
wait.
I'm
Who's
just
more
thinking
well
about
known in the area, Chad Michael Murray or Ryan Whitney? You're saying Ryan
It's
Whitney?
definitely Chad Michael Murray.
It's Chad Michael Murray.
Listen, I was just throwing out another contender. over
All I know
That's
is
fine.
these are
Go
two
on.
individuals
That's
I would
fine.
not have on my
We're cool.
team.
Right.
I would not
Me
have
too.
them on my team.
Well, that's fine. You run your own team.
That's right.
With your cheating ways.
We've got a culture over here. I'm dropping Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Oh,
okay.
I think I'm picking up Joe Brady.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Take him.
Go ahead. Hey, you waived him. He was on waivers.
He's got it. It's a revenge game.
I
for Joe
thought about
Brady.
out of principle waiving. I thought about just drafting Casey Concepcion. Like let's have a party for Game 5.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me Casey
man.
Concepcion.
I mean, we're gonna
Who do
have,
we think the Bills are picking
We
at
need to
26?
establish.
Malachi Lawrence.
We need to establish a waiver order for Friday morning when all 4 of us are going to want to draft the Bills' first round pick
You
to
could do
bang
it.
the drum.
That's true.
We do need a waiver order for that.
We're going to need a lottery. I think.
Random,
You could just-
random
you
I think
generator.
we need a lottery.
Just use one of your spots right now on guessing who that'll be. And they're not all going to be.
But the likelihood is we're going to be wrong, and then Friday we're all going to want the new guy, and then we're going to need a
Are
lottery.
they bringing Malachi Lawrence in to bang the drum for Game 5?
Sure.
I don't think so. I think they got to dip back into mostly Sabres people. Mostly. Josh transcends.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we need Ryan Miller.
Maybe they'll just
we
be
need
at the
Brad
game.
May.
Maybe they'll just
we
be at
need
the game and
Danny
show 'em.
Gare. We need Perot. Like, yeah.
I did get a call earlier
Hasek.
today that said,
Hasek.
bring me the baby. That's what one call said. Josh's family they
Yeah.
want. I don't think that'll happen, though.
No, I don't either.
West Coast.
All right, 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Go to brightsmithbrewing.com. You can be there during the draft and a Sabres game. And when the Bills draft a player, you can argue with me and Joe about whether or not that person will bang the drum. We'll do that at Brightsmith. So we're Brightsmith on Thursday night. Join us for a watch party. Go to brightsmithbrewing.com for tickets. Going to be a great time. Plan ahead. Game 3. Watch parties are back. Watch parties are where it's at. Be back in a moment here on WGR.
Oh, Carolina scored. Good. Going to wait a minute. Ottawa's hanging around. Something's happening here. They go to offside review.
Oh, great.
And then
you should have called to wake me up.
I thought about texting you.
Yeah. Hey, get up quick. Your favorite thing's happening.
Yeah. Then, of course, they allow a penalty shot to still take place, even though it happened after the offside that should have stopped everything cold. Whatever. When they didn't score there, I'm like, okay, this is going to take forever. This could be triple overtime. I'm done. So I bailed right there. Once Martinook didn't score on the penalty shot. And then he actually was the one who got the winner probably like an hour and a half later.
Yeah, he did.
Just a lot of hockey earlier in the day, too.
Just to go through what you said there. So if anybody was not awake to see it.
It was ridiculous.
There was an offside review. I'm upset about it.
Did you see how ticky-tack it was, too?
Yeah.
It was so fine.
But
Like, we were talking 1 pixel, maybe, that puck was offside.
And just to be clear, the player that did not score on the breakaway
after the offside.
Yeah, had he scored, it would not have counted.
Right.
Because it was offside. Because he did not score, the penalty counted, and he got a penalty shot.
Right, yeah.
So you got the opportunity to score a goal that
wouldn't have counted.
That would have been taken off the board.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't have been taken off the board had he scored on the penalty shot.
No.
Although, that would have been funny, too. You get the penalty shot,
and then they challenge?
And then offside review, and then they go back. I don't know. It was all ridiculous. How the clock actually went back to when the offside took place. So, theoretically, nothing should have been allowed to happen after that.
Of course.
And that would be logical.
I'm glad we found out in a game that's not the Sabres that if you are hooked on a penalty, like on a breakaway, and it's offside, don't score.
Don't score.
Don't score. If you score, they won't count it. And if you do score, if you do score, they won't count it. If you don't score, you'll get a penalty shot.
Right.
This should shut the league down for 5 hours while they change the rule.
I mean, imagine losing a playoff game like that.
The league should cease operations, have an emergency meeting, and say, oh, yeah, by the way, that's pretty dumb that's the rule. The Owen Powers minutes were down a bit. Was it just something you saw in the game? And what'd you think of his first playoff game?
I can be honest with you right here that I wouldn't have realized his minutes were down. It had nothing to do with what went on in the game, for sure. Sometimes it plays out the way it does, and a guy's minutes will be marginally higher, marginally lower. But overall, for a first playoff game, I thought he gave us a good performance. There's things that we can do better to a man. We know we can do better, but I thought for a first game for a lot of players, it was a good showing.
What did you think of your third pair? We've spent so much time on what that would look like just because there's so many guys as options. What did you think of Stanley and Timmins in their game?
They gave us the minutes we needed with physicality. I thought the defending was good. So overall, that pair gave us what we wanted. Good on the PK, and I thought physically they gave us what we needed going into that game.
Dumont leaves it to Briere. Swings it in front of the net. Oh, it just dribbled wide of the goal post. And now the Flyers will pick it up and bring it back. Holy mackerel! Campbell stepped into his check of the blue line. Now they're all chasing after Campbell. Ryan Campbell
Memories.
I think that's my favorite playoff memory.
That hit?
That hit. It's the best hit I've ever seen in any game. And it was in overtime of the first playoff game I had ever really watched.
Yep.
That game is 20 years ago tomorrow.
Jeez.
Tomorrow's the 20th anniversary of that
I'm going to
game.
text my buddy and his wife happy anniversary. Because that was
on
the
that
wedding
game.
I was at.
Well, wait till tomorrow,
Right.
then, I guess.
If I do it today, it's still thoughtful, right? If I say do it tomorrow, I might forget.
You have to tell them, though, you know it's tomorrow.
Yeah,
you do
like,
it today, they're going to
hey,
think that you don't know what
I
day
see
it is.
tomorrow's 20 years. Happy anniversary. Do that. Otherwise,
You have to throw in the I see
Sure.
you're in. Yeah,
Sure.
that's right.
Otherwise, I run the risk of forgetting. I remember right now. I should do it right now. I'll wait. I'll forget. Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. We're going to the game tonight. Party in the Plaza.
Mm-hmm.
I have a confession to make. It's not even much of a confession, but the clip of the guys hitting that Cam Neely doll. It's not a doll. It's a mannequin. It's like a fighting dummy.
Yeah.
Man, I love that so much. I love it for the same reason. This is where it's like a little irresponsible. I love it for the same reason that I really do love the table jumping people. I really do. And I know there are people that think that stuff looks stupid. And I'm not even saying you're wrong. I'm not going to do stuff like that. But whenever the country looks at us and their reaction to us as fans is some version of, those people are insane, I feel great. It always makes me feel good. I got to get out there. You don't even know what goes on up there. That they do shots out of bowling balls. They tackle dummies in the street on rollerblades. They knock over, within reason, be safe, be respectful. But whenever people are doing, they got a beer saber. They're slugging beers out of a saber, and they got one guy's pours it on his head. Samuelson saying they just like to chug beers. I like that. I think it's great. And again, you always want to be responsible. Everyone be respectful. But I know.
But
people,
embrace it because
I just
people
know,
love it.
I know
Yeah.
there are people that don't like it, and I understand. We look like. I just think we look like it's the Thunderdome, and that's what I want other teams to think. Like we're going in there, and the place, like those people are insane.
Right.
There's even a little bit of a. They got nothing else going on in their lives. This is everything to them. Like that's kind of an insult, and I still think like, yeah, so what? Yes, that's what I like. That's what I want. I want to see I want to take a picture with those guys on the rollerblades, fighting a Cam Neely fighting doll. What do they do for Act 2?
Just different jersey.
Yeah. 803-0550 if you want to join us in 1-888-550-2550.
You got to get one of those inflatable T-Rex dinosaurs and put a giant Chara jersey on it. And then you're fighting that in the rollerblades.
Yeah,
the final boss gets bigger and bigger, and yeah. Inflatable T-Rex with a Chara jersey. That's what I want to see.
Can we bring the energy tonight as a building as much as Sunday?
Sure.
It's not the first game anymore.
It will be for some people.
That's right. For me, for you.
Right.
We did not go on
right.
Sunday.
I bet it might be even crazier.
Yeah, because now it becomes less about, holy cow, we're back in the party. Now it becomes,
let's go win the Stanley
crush
Cup.
their souls and go to the next round.
Right. Like we just did an incredible thing last time.
Yeah.
Let's go do it again. And now we know that there's no sort of anxiety of are they just going to fall apart and the moment's going to be too big for them? I think we've gotten past that now.
Worth mentioning, in 05-06, when they crushed the Flyers' soul 8-2 in Game 2, they lost Games 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like that series,
that's right.
We thought it was over, and that's a Flyers team that has Forsberg. Who else is on that team? I know Forsberg.
Hatcher.
Yeah, because Forsberg was skating circles around the Sabres in that series. At least in Games 3 and 4 he was.
Is Knuble on that team?
Oof, maybe.
I got a canoe, maybe like a Michael Hanzus.
Okay.
With his long hair is on that team. All right, their leading scorer that year was Simone Gagne. Forsberg. There's Knuble. Joni Pitkinen. Hanzus. A young Jeff Carter. And the guy that we played the clip of coming in. R.J. was on that team.
Yeah, right. All right. You got trivia?
I got some trivia. There's a lot of names, but I think you could rip through it.
All right.
Maybe even without making a mistake.
Wow.
I'll set the over-under at 1 mistake.
Okay.
Give me the 12 defensemen that scored a goal for the Sabres in the playoffs before Matthias Samuelsson did since the lockout.
Okay.
6 of them have scored multiple goals.
Myers and Campbell.
Campbell, 3, tied for first. Myers, 2.
Okay. Let's start with 05-06 first. Campbell's an obvious one. Tallinder.
Tallinder, 2.
He scored in Ottawa 30 seconds in.
I was going to say, it'd be good to remember the specific goal for this, obviously. That would help.
Yeah.
Because if you remember a goal, they're going to
Jay McKee scored in the Carolina series.
Yes, he did in game
2? Game 1.
Game 1.
Game 1
was the winner, right?
Yeah, it went on to be the game winner, Jay McKee.
2 goals for McKee in 17 games.
Okay, so I've got Myers, Campbell,
So he had
McKee.
another one somewhere in that playoffs, but I don't know what it is.
He had one against the Flyers. He scored in game 1 against the Flyers. He scored the second goal.
Right.
Like a shot from the near side wall kind of found its way through.
Yes.
McKee. What did I have for dinner last night? I don't know. I don't remember a Tony Ludman goal. I remember a breakaway in Carolina.
He scored on that, didn't he?
He scored on the breakaway. Okay.
Yeah, he had 3. He's tied with Campbell for first.
Okay. I couldn't remember.
40 playoff games, by the way, for Ludman is the most of any defenseman since the lockout. Because I think he was still here when they played Boston in 2010.
Yeah.
Because he tried to fight Lucic, and that didn't go well. Or
all right,
Scrum,
so that's
whatever
5.
it
I
was.
got 7 more. I guess you got to start guessing and say they must have scored. Like Newmanen must have scored. Kalinin must have scored.
Newmanen scored once. Kalinin scored twice. I remember Kalinin against the Rangers scoring.
Okay.
I don't remember Newmanen scoring. There was only 1. I should pull this up for you. No mistakes yet.
Marc-Andre Grignani.
1 goal for Marc-Andre Grignani, who also led them in points in their last playoff series.
Yeah. Was Jordan Leopold on the team when they made the playoffs?
He was. Are you guessing Jordan Leopold?
Did he score a goal? No. He didn't score any goals.
So you're withdrawing that as a guess.
I'm guessing he didn't.
Correct. He did not score
That
a
counts
goal.
as a correct answer.
It doesn't count as an incorrect answer.
You're probably right. Andre Sekera.
1 goal for Andre Sekera. I don't remember it. 8 games. Could pull up when these happened.
So I'm at 9. 3 more?
I believe 3 more.
Oh, Jaro Spacek.
16 games played for Jaro Spacek, 0 points.
Wow. Not 1?
Not even a point.
Not for the Spacho man?
He played 16 playoff games and didn't record a point?
That was
Was
devastating.
he just bad that year?
I don't know. No, I don't think so.
I thought he was a good player. I don't remember him being held pointless for 3 rounds. He was also offensive. He had like the biggest slap shot on the team, and he had no points.
He scored a
I
really
don't know.
sick, like a slap shot goal from just inside the line against Montreal, I think.
You know what it was about his slap shot? I'm not even sure if it actually was hard. He just raised his stick so high. It was like John Daly taking a drive. It would go way over his head. But he did not score.
Oh, I got my 1 wrong answer.
You're missing 3. And one of them is memorable because of what game it came in. The other 2 were like defensemen on this team, but I don't remember their goals. One of them wasn't a regular, also.
Right, like not Nathan Pache?
Nope.
Doug Janik?
Doug Janik.
Yeah,
Game
against Carolina.
7. Game 7 against Carolina. Yep. And then you have 2 guys that are
10, 11,
from
11, 12.
later, yeah, in that range.
So the Flyers, the Boston series?
Mm-hmm. One of them was a game-winning goal. I'll look up which one it was.
Ooh.
A game-winning goal.
I have trouble remembering who was on that team in like 05, 06. Or sorry, I mean 10, 11. How about... I don't know. I have no guess.
One of them was a captain.
All right. How about Chris Butler? Not a captain, but just Chris
He was
Butler.
not a captain, and he did not score a goal.
Mike
No.
Weber.
Nope. Also wasn't a captain and also didn't score a goal. He did assist on that Tyler Ennis overtime winner.
I'm out of defenseman.
You can't be out of captains,
Craig Rivet.
though. Craig Rivet.
Craig Rivet.
Game-winning goal against the Bruins in 2010. And the other one is Steve Monador.
Oh, okay. The late Steve Monador.
And now Samuelson.
All right.
3 is the most. Someone will score 3 on their blue line in these playoffs. Would you bet it right now? Will one of their defensemen score 3 goals in these playoffs? I'd bet yes. And it could be Samuelson.
Well, if the defenseman's scoring 3 goals, they're playing a lot of games, I would hope. Who scores tonight?
You'd probably make it to round 2.
Owen, what do you got? You got the crystal ball here. Who scores tonight?
Crystal ball might be a little bit of a stretch. A decent pre-scout on the goal.
All right. Well, if you want it, let me give you a fun fact. This is a little fun fact we like to use in our group chat from time to time. The over/under on saves for the 2 goalies. Would you like to know what they are?
I would love to know what Swayman's number is.
Swayman's over/under on saves is 25.5.
Over. Just because the Sabres going to have 40 shots again.
Hammer it.
Hammer it. Luukkonen's over/under on saves is 22.5.
I don't know.
That's a tougher call.
Whatever.
Boston's going to come out trying to get. They're not going to get 18 shots again.
Hopefully for them, but I could see this. I don't know. I don't think they're that good. So, whatever. Maybe I'm underestimating them. Goal scorer tonight, Benson. Dirty goal around the net.
Ooh.
Something nasty. Just
give me Zucker.
Bounces in off his
I'm taking Zucker
face.
tonight.
I'll just take Tuck. I thought he was an animal in game 1.
Zucker had a couple chances. He had the screen on the Samuelson goal,
which was unbelievable.
I think Zucker's going to score tonight.
I like that.
That's my play.
Power play goal.
Huh.
We can dream.
They should do a thing where everyone gets a burrito if they score 1 power play goal. You know, let's get one of those. Let's get one of those promotions going. A power play goal.
Meatball bomber.
Yes,
you get a meatball bomber if you.
Speaking of which,
you get the Tomer bomber.
We're gonna get. What are we gonna eat there? We're gonna get some Tomer bombers. We're gonna get the steak stack.
It's cool enough outside temperature-wise for me to be into a meatball bomber.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Extendo Sports coming up, the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show after that. Jeremy and Joe, Game 2 on the way tonight here on WGR. You got a minute for me to push back on a narrative that Boston is trying to sell?
Okay.
Did they play a perfect game for 50 minutes? Why does anybody think they played a perfect game for 50 minutes?
No.
I keep hearing that. We played perfect for 50 minutes.
You're hearing that?
Yes. Marco Sturm said it. Boston media is saying it. We just played a perfect game and then collapsed.
Well,
there's definitely some collapse in there. But you tell me for tonight, line it up. You want to get outshot 36-18 through 50 minutes? You want that? Like, I'll sign up for that. Perfect. That's your perfect game, is to get ragdolled, to get out-hit, out-chanced, out-skated, outshot, but be winning 2-0 because of, like, a couple bounces? That's perfect?
Well,
okay.
I think that is right now, Boston Bruins hockey, perfect Boston Bruins hockey
is happening.
Looks like the first 50 minutes of that game.
You happen to have the lead?
Because they're not very good. And they are going to grit their way and goaltend their way to we have the lead. And that's, to me, their season. That's a reason they're 28th in the league in expected goals for share. They are used to being controlled in a way that they were in the first 50 minutes of that game, but working their way to the 2-0 lead.
There is something in their numbers about that, like their PDO, their puck luck. They're very high. The Sabres are high too, but Boston is also very high.
Yeah.
Like they don't necessarily need the puck to score a lot, but okay, then it's their version of perfect.
That's what I mean. Because they're accustomed to that this year. I think it's the mark of a team that's not very good, but you look at they've been outshot by 100 on the season, and shot attempts they've been outshot by 200 on the year. They are used to the team being the team that does. Yeah. So for them, that's not really new. the Sabres had the puck for 50 minutes and they were cycling around, and like I think that is what the Bruins are used to because they're not that talented.
Well, then I might want to hear.
I think the idea that they're selling that's a perfect game in general is nuts.
I might want to hear them and the Boston media then sell that instead of perfect as
just in general perfect.
Just instead sell it as like we were happy with how we were playing, as opposed to perfect.
Yeah, right.
Perfect is pretty strong.
Those are two very different things.
I feel like perfect, you might be up 3-0, 5-0, 8-0. Perfect?
Oslin tonight, you think? Probably not.
Well, what did
Lindy
say? He said, among other things, that Owen Power getting 17 minutes was just kind of, that's just how the way it went. Like, he didn't think about that. He noticed after the fact.
Yep.
And then he kind of, I think, walked a little towards, we saw some things. We can do some things better. Yeah, lineup change tonight. Is there anybody in the lineup? If Ostlund is ready to go, I would like him in the lineup almost no matter what.
I think he said earlier in the week that he's available.
And he skated in a different colored jersey, but the last time we talked to Paul about it, it was like he's very close.
But he had only practiced once.
Okay.
Now maybe a couple more.
I like him back in because he's a smooth player. He's serviceable. He can go up and down your lineup. He gives you some scoring. He gives you a lot. And Lindy trusts him in what? All scenarios?
Everywhere.
Pretty much? Lindy trusts him everywhere. So I don't want to keep that player out of a lineup. Am I really worried it's going to upset?
Yeah, where does he go?
Yeah.
Does he go fourth line center?
For Dunn?
Yep.
Well, if you're not afraid of Boston being big and strong,
tough question if you're asking who he displaces in the top 9.
Sure, right. All right, we're back tomorrow. Hopefully it's a Victory Wednesday. Enjoy the game tonight. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up.